Council work session. It is 1:10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st, 2016. We're gathered in the City Center Conference Room at 351 West Center in Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo City Council, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We'll begin with roll call. Mr. Mayor.
John Curtis.
Wayne Parker.
Dave Connect.
Dave Harding.
Gary Winterton.
Dave Sue.
Kim Santiago.
Janine Weiss.
Ryan Harvey.
George Stewart. Kevin Garrett. Brian Jones. Cliff Strachan.
Thank you. The opening prayer will be given by Councilman Sewell.
Heavenly Father, we're grateful to have this meeting together in this council work meeting today, and thankful for the privilege of living in this great city and for all of the residents who contribute so much, and pray for thy help that we'll have a good discussion and make good decisions today for the blessing and benefit of our residents. And this we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Our first item of business is a presentation from Envision Utah entitled Your Utah, Your Future, and this presentation will be given by Shane Gross.
All right. Do I need to speak into the mic? Is that recording? All right. So first, thank you all for inviting me to present. We've got some great data here, and it's relevant to Provo, so I hope you find it interesting. Feel free to interrupt at any moment if you have any questions or if you need anything to be clarified. So just by show of hands really quick, who here has heard of Envision Utah? That's good. That's what I like to see. So Envision Utah, just a little bit of background. We were founded in 1997 by a group of concerned citizens, and we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan, voluntary organization. And we're really just this partnership of community leaders, business leaders, and government working together to design a future and to confront the challenges of growth in the state. So really what we do is we help Utahns look ahead to the future and create communities they want to see. So we actually have this process that we walk through, and we do this. We've done this with a number of communities since 1997, and we have now done this statewide with the Your Utah, Your Future project. And what we take are Utahns' core values, what they find most important, and we do research on that. We gather together the key stakeholders. We build scenarios, which are different plausible futures that people can actually sort of get their arms around and understand what will happen if they make certain decisions. We solicit public input, and from that we create a vision going forward, a roadmap for how to confront the challenges of growth. And there's a very good reason that we do this, and there's a very good reason that a state like Utah needs this. And that's, we're growing faster than almost any other state. In fact, we're going to double in population by 2050. And this is particularly relevant because we need to be thinking about how do we keep life on the Wasatch Front convenient, affordable, enjoyable, and most importantly, how do we create a space where our children and grandchildren can live here, thrive here, and find places to work. This is especially relevant for Provo and for Utah County. So according to RCLCO, which is they're one of the leading real estate analysts in the country, we're looking to more than double the population of Utah County. In fact, by 2050, Utah County will be almost the same size as Salt Lake County. That's a lot of people. We need to figure out where they're going to go. And I like Mayor Curtis's quote. He gave a presentation on, I think, the west side of Provo a couple months ago, and you may use this a lot, but this is where I heard it first. But the secret's out. Provo's a great place to live. The growth is coming. What do we do with that growth? How do we make sure that it's responsible growth and that we maintain the high quality of communities that we already have? So I'm going to go into a little bit about the Your Utah, Your Future project. It was spearheaded by Governor Herbert, and really what it was a project that addressed 11 different topic areas, engaged over 400 different experts on a variety of topics, and ultimately solicited the feedback from 53,000 Utahns. Now, I don't know if you have a lot of, if you have a sense of scale or a sense of how huge that number is, but no other state, no other region, no other city has ever gotten that much feedback on a community vision. So this is huge. And what we did is we created a vision, and maybe the most complete vision for the future of a region that's ever been created. And we also made sure that we validated those responses with the largest ever statistical survey conducted by Dan Jones and Cicero. Today, so I know we studied 11 topics, and you guys are welcome to ask questions about any of those 11 topics. But I just want to really focus in on transportation communities and a little bit about the scenarios that we presented to Utahns in the Utah Your Future project. So what we did is we measured really 3 key variables, and we projected out to 2050, what would the state look like if you manipulate those 3 variables. So housing mix. What if there are a lot of single-family homes versus a lot of apartment buildings or a lot of multifamily units? Organization of centers. How close are destinations to where people live? And the transportation network that connects all that together. And what you can see is these scenarios generated a wide variety of outcomes. Everything from 85% of Utahns within a mile of their daily services all the way down to just 15. And all the way from 373, I think that's square miles, additional land consumed versus just 282 with all the growth. And again, the different mixes of housing, different costs of infrastructure, growing more compact, growing where people are closer to their destinations, obviously saves a lot in infrastructure costs as well. So we actually asked Utahns to weigh in on these 4 scenarios. Which one do you want to see for the state? And the overwhelming majority said that they would like to see communities designed for walking, transit, and short drives. They want their destinations close to them. They want to be able to walk to church. They want to be able to ride their bike to work, etc. Sorry, go ahead.
And it says housing variety. What housing variety was specified?
We can look right here. So these were the different options presented. So we're looking at this last one. This is the housing variety that they'd like to see. So it's not that large lot single family homes are going away. We understand that people like to live. Some people are always going to live in large lot single family homes. But there's a mix. I'm just starting out in my career. I can't afford a large lot single family home. You know, when I start my family, I'll likely be looking at townhomes or multifamily units. So it's just about getting a mix that's appropriate for the population. Likewise, we have a lot of, the state will be aging quite a bit from now to 2050. We just want to make sure that those needs are met.
So you're looking kind of at the whole county having that.
Sorry, and this is statewide, sorry.
Okay,
So it could vary county
right,
by county.
because right now Provo
is definitely closer to this scenario than they are to either of these. So Provo definitely has one of the better mixes of housing of any city in the state. So, but we also were able to drill down and ask just what Provo residents said. You can see we had a pretty good number of respondents. We had nearly 600 respondents, and 82% pretty in line, or 81% pretty in line with what the state said. And we also asked them about what are the specific key outcomes would you like to see. So it's not just, what's this whole package? Let's break it down. What are the things you really want to see? And across the state, we saw, again, improving the convenience of getting around without a car. And in Provo, we even saw a little bit more of making sure daily services and amenities are close to where people live. Church, school, work, those all need to be close to where people live. And we asked them to measure trade-offs, because we understand that when you have this pattern of centers, that may increase local congestion, even if it decreases regional congestion. So you may have more people closer to where you live, but it will reduce regional congestion. And that's a trade-off that people have to weigh. And again, we saw the overwhelming majority say we're willing to make that trade-off if it means making my life more convenient, making it so I don't need a car to get to work to pick up my kids from school. And again, Provo, pretty in line, in fact, actually a little more supportive of that concept of centers. And here are the sort of the attributes that we're looking at. Here's the community, the type of community that we'd see. We'd see growth guided by market forces. We would see cities planning, cooperating together to figure out where the growth needs to go. A focus on creating as many mixed-use centers close to households. A variety of housing, which would meet all the needs of people in different stages of life. Good housing, again, to match the needs. Most communities were designed for walkability, bikeability, short trips via transit.
So it says cities plan and cooperate together. How do you achieve that?
That one's going to be a little tricky. That's sort of what Envision Utah is built around. It's about building consensus and bringing sometimes opposing members to the table to talk out solutions that work best for everyone. We're actually working and almost ready to launch the Provo Clean Air Toolkit. We're just waiting for a little bit more feedback from some of our stakeholders, but it was the same process. It's about bringing together the key stakeholders, bringing together city leaders from Provo, Orem, Springville, Spanish Fork, etc., and sitting them down to figure out what's the best way to coordinate across city boundaries. Because Provo can be great, but everyone knows that Orem and Springville can undermine maybe some advances that Provo makes. So it's about collaborating across city boundaries.
So you're going to host some of these meetings?
There's a good chance, but we also have a couple other partner organizations. MAG, the Mountainlands Association of Governments, they're one of our key partners in this effort as well. We're also working with UDOT and UTA, and those cut across city boundaries. And again, it's just about creating this pattern of centers. Now, centers, just to sort of fill out, did you have a question? Okay. Just to fill out our understanding of what this is, they come in a variety of shapes and sizes. Centers aren't just downtown Provo. That would probably be one of the largest scale centers that we have. Downtown Provo is probably somewhere in between one of these two. But they range all the way down to your neighborhood school, or a grocery store, or anything, or a park, or anything that brings people together. And then they range all the way up to something like downtown Salt Lake, downtown Ogden, downtown Provo. And it's about a lot of things, but it's also about connectivity. It's about, can I find a path to the places that I need to go? So here's an example of a good school that's connected, where kids can walk and arrive at school from any number of the houses in the neighborhood. Here's a worse example, where it's not designed to bring people together. You have to walk all the way around through busier streets because they're collector streets, and parents don't want to let their kids walk along those streets. Some of you might recognize this example because it's just a few blocks away, but here's a grocery store that's accessible versus one that is not walkable. So what do Utahns want from the centers? We've already talked about this: walkability, bikeability, access to transportation, variety of housing, mixture of uses, parks and trails that connect everything, better air quality, lower infrastructure costs, and a number of other benefits that come along with that. Less water consumption from smaller lots, etc. This isn't new. This isn't a new concept. This is how we grew under Brigham Young. This is how Utah has historically grown, because we didn't have a car. We had to be able to walk to our local butcher shop or our local whatever, or our local school or to church, because that's how people got around. And this is a picture of Ogden, but because I couldn't find a high resolution one of Provo, I wanted to stop by the BYU library, but this isn't new. This is something we can return to. It's really about recapturing the best of our roots, and at the same time capturing or keying in on some key market trends that make this vision a real possibility. Because somewhere along the line, especially when cars developed, we developed this style of development, where we have disconnected streets and separated uses and strip commercial, and people stopped wanting to get around using anything but their cars, because we built cities that were only accessible to people with cars. Again, just a quick recap. I mean, there are plenty of great examples of this throughout the state. I think Provo's downtown is one of the prime examples of this. There are also some mixed-use centers that are newer. The Riverwoods would be one, but we also have the Farmington Station, some newer ones up in Salt Lake. We also have City Creek and Sugar House, which is redeveloping. But there are a lot of opportunities here. And that brings us to what the opportunity is. Show of hands again. How many people bought something online in the past month? No, I did. And that's the way things are going. Increasingly, retail is going to be done online. Now, that doesn't mean that brick and mortar retail is going to go away. There will still be people that want to shop in the store, but a larger proportion of that shopping will be done online. That means we have a lot of retail space that's going to be turning over the next 20, 30, 40 years. What do we do with that space? How do we repurpose it so that it serves the needs of the communities and meets the vision that Utahns expect their leaders to deliver? And again, there's another trend that's going on. This is Salt Lake County, and we have older data for it, so I want to show that first. But there's a trend that you can see back in 1900, smaller lots. This is in square feet, the size of the average size of a lot in Utah. Last couple decades, a steep decline in the size of lots. This is the market trend. This is the way the market is saying, this is the size of lots that Utah can support and what Utahns can afford. Similar trend, although not quite as pronounced, in Utah County. And again, as that as that enormous population growth comes to Utah County, you'll see that declining even farther. And there are also other concurrent trends, such as the number of permits requested for multifamily units has increased. That's townhomes, that's apartment buildings. Whereas the number of permits for single-family homes has kind of stayed about level. Provo has a lot of great potential. There are a lot of potential spots that could redevelop. That's really what Envision Utah would like to see from a number of cities. We'd like to see cities go in parcel by parcel and we could help and guide that process, but figure out where are the opportunities to grow your tax base, to grow communities that people want to live in, to grow some mixed use development that really creates places that people want to live. Because if you don't, and I really like this map because it illustrates the importance of getting this done right, this is our projected land use or land consumption if Utah County stays on the same track. You can see out here, Eagle Mountain, all that's filled up. Spanish Fork, all that's filled up. Versus if we can achieve the future that the overwhelming majority of Utahns wanted to see, a whole lot less land consumption, more open spaces that all Utahns love to see, and a variety of other great outcomes.
So Provo has a pretty good water supply going forward.
Yeah.
What about these other communities? Could it really support all of that developing?
That's a question that needs to be addressed. Now, I mean, I'm not part of the Central Utah Conservancy Basin, so I probably couldn't, I'm not the best person to answer that question. But we do know for a fact that this scenario is going to consume a lot more water than this scenario. And we know that our state water planners and our engineers are planning and anticipating this kind of growth. And I'm not sure what the strain on water resources is, but at a minimum, we're looking at a whole lot less agriculture in Utah County because all that water needs to go somewhere, you know? So, but I mean, I wouldn't be able to give you a precise answer on that, so I don't want to. But that is one of the key benefits, reduce water consumption. So, and what's really about creating places that people want to be. We've done a couple of photo simulations to see what it would look like to redevelop some of these older rundown strip commercial or industrial areas, and you can really turn them into places that people want to be. Places like downtown Provo, places like the Riverwoods, except across the city and across your neighboring cities as well. So it's about creating this vision, and this vision that collaborates across our transportation planners, Utah Department of Transportation, UTA, the other cities in the region, and creating a consensus vision. Provo's already got a good head start. You've already got a good sense of where you want to be as a city, the values that are shared within your community. You also have some challenges in front of you. I mean, these aren't going to be anything new to you. We know that the West Side doesn't have, for example, a whole lot of retail. Doesn't have a grocery store. We know that east-west connectivity can be a problem. We know that regional commercial has been sort of, a lot of that has been absorbed into Orem or Point South. So how do we address these concerns by using the strategies we've outlined? There are also a lot of assets and opportunities here that could turn it into sort of the hub for growth in Utah County. It already kind of has been, and we want to continue that trend of Provo being the point at which all these ideas start and can trickle out into the surrounding communities. Again, some great recent events that have indicated we're on the right path. We just want to ensure that with this growth, the secret's out in Provo, how do we make sure that the growth continues to be smart, continues to be the communities that people want to see. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions. I know I ran through that really quick because I wanted to leave time for this, but are there, I know we've addressed some already, but any additional questions about what a center is, how we would accomplish this, etc.? Go ahead.
One of the questions it surprised me when you said Provo had a better mix of housing. That's one of the deficiencies that we feel that we've got. We're missing that middle section. And so, so how did you say, how did it come up and say, well, Provo's got a better mix than most cities?
Well, Provo has a more diverse mix than most cities. How about I say that? Because most communities in Utah have almost exclusively single-family homes. So maybe I shouldn't have said better, shouldn't have said anything qualitative there, but it's a more diverse mix. That doesn't mean that it's perfect, and that doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement, because I agree. There is that missing middle, which planners frequently talk about. Townhomes, starter homes, small lots, How do we get people into those homes versus just apartments and large lot single family residents?
So I understand why you made the first comment, because compared to the other communities, we are so much more diverse and a better mix. And I haven't actually seen figures as to what our goal is. I mean, we talked about the missing middle, but how much of this versus that. I mean, you did show up there what the public was expecting, 20% of this and 20% of that. Is that available so that we?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's available on request. We can send you the spreadsheets, or it's all available online. Unfortunately, the Provo specific data, I'm more than happy to share that data with you. It's not online because it would just be a lot of information to break it down city by city, but.
Because we have a housing committee, we would love that.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll connect and I can get you all that information. And you bring up a great point. This was a statewide vision. And yes, it's true. We did receive enough responses from Provo to actually really look in and see what the residents of Provo preferred. But that doesn't mean it's a crystal clear picture of Provo now. In fact, now that we have conducted this research, now that we have a game plan, the hope is to take this to communities and really get down to the granular level. I mean, I showed you this map just really briefly, and this is just a sort of a cursory map. I went to BYU, so I really enjoy Provo as a community, and I'm a little bit familiar with it, but I'm not from Provo. So I don't know it as well as your planners, your planning staff do. I don't know as much as your constituents do, but there are opportunities. But you can see this is still a pretty crude map. We could definitely get more down to a granular level and see what are the parcels that are going to be most apt to turn over or the most likely to turn over, and what can we put in their place to make it so the vision that Utahns want to see with destinations close to home, walkability, bikeability, access to transit, access to great jobs close to home. How do we make that a reality? And we could go down and look a lot more closely and create scenarios specific to Provo as opposed to for all of the state of Utah. Does that make sense?
Could you go back to the questions? There's a frame in the earlier part of your
Stop me
presentation.
Earlier.
Yeah, where you mentioned some of the questions that were asked. With a lot of surveys, the questions can kind of send you in a certain direction, and I think it's interesting
Right at the
that
beginning.
when you're talking about clean air and some of those things, then you ask the question, would you rather live closer?
Is this what you wanted to see?
The next frame. No, sorry.
Next frame.
One of the questions was, if you live far away and have to have a long distance to drive, live in a single family home and have a long distance to drive,
Yeah.
or live in, more rent housing and be able to walk through. And I think when you're talking about clean air, it's hard to say, yeah, I think clean air is important to me, and then say, oh yeah, I'd like to drive a long distance, right? So I think the way the questions are framed, the way the questions are put in the survey too, can kind of influence the outcome of how people respond to the survey. Anyway, but I like the idea of the area that you showed on there. It's just south or just north of the front runner. And there are areas that would be prime for redevelopment that would obviously increase the viability of our downtown. And what concerns me about centers is if you're trying to plop a center in the middle of a single-family neighborhood, that I don't think I think that you get a different response if you say, do you want to put a store right in the middle of every single-family neighborhood? Because of what you said, it brings traffic, it brings more dense kind of living. It might spread out the regional congestion, but it would focus it in the neighborhoods. I think if you put that in a different way, I don't know that people will respond that way. Yeah, that's what we want in our neighborhood. Because it's not what I'm hearing from my constituents as far as wanting a center in the middle of our neighborhood or anyway.
No, that's absolutely true. And so that's a great point. We did present the trade-offs, like you said, just to get them thinking about if this, then that. That's the whole purpose of the scenarios research.
But this has actually helped me understand a little bit better where you're coming from. Before you came to present, I didn't realize that when you're talking center, sometimes you're talking the school is the center of that neighborhood.
Or a park, or
sometimes
something
the
small.
park is the center, or it's just a gathering place, right? And that's something I didn't understand before. Because when I thought of this concept, I thought it was we want to put.
Downtown Provo, all across.
Commercial center in every single neighborhood, and so I appreciate you clearing some of those things up with this
Yeah.
presentation.
And just to let you know, I mean, just to recap our process, Envision Utah's role is not, it's to be nonpartisan. We don't pick winners in terms of policy. Our goal is to walk through this process and allow the public, allow your constituents to pick what they want. Now, we build it off of values, and we work to build scenarios off of the best research strategies. But ultimately, these scenarios are chosen by public input, and they're based off of the values that Utahns hold. So we would never say like, we would never come in and say X neighborhood needs this, this, and this, if that neighborhood doesn't want those things. Does that make sense? So it's all about, Envision Utah is all about a process of bringing people together and building that consensus while basing everything in the best research practices and best strategies.
We've said this before, so I think I kind of already know the answer, but let's go through it again. Can we get this slide deck?
Absolutely.
Okay, and
I think some of these slides were in the presentation that you did.
yeah, so, some of those graphics, yeah, thank you. So if Luis was here, she would say yes. We'll have that. You can have a copy of it. If I could request that, Karen, if you could relay it to Luis, if we could actually get it emailed out to all of us, particularly the housing committee, I think that would be helpful. Second,
There's other data for the housing committee as well that I didn't have time to review that would be really useful, so we'll be in contact.
Excellent, wonderful, thank you. Second, as Ms. Santiago mentioned, I've given a very similar presentation to this. I don't know, I'm convinced on much of the principles that you're presenting here, and I'm an advocate for a lot of it, but I do want to second what Ms. Santiago talked about as far as how you structure surveys will have a big impact on
This is true.
on the outcome, the wording that you use, and I support your organization. But at the same time, having taken that the choices, what's that choices
2040.
that big survey. I mean, there were times where it's like, okay, I agree with this, but man, that was a very leading question. I felt like I was kind of being shepherded along, like, led to certain conclusions. And I think anyone who does this, they're going to have biases, and it's important to understand that. I support the conclusions, but to look at that and say, well, 84%, I think that may be partly an artifact of how those questions were structured and the lead up to it. And as you're saying, you look at the values and then say, well, what are the consequences of the choices that we make? Well, not every scientist or social scientist or whatever is going to agree on, if you do this, this is going to be the outcome. And so, and then last, I did want to push back just a little bit. My experience from Joaquin, the first proposal where the bicycle collective is now was for a neighborhood grocery store, and it's a small, and it's a very specific set of circumstances that was already there and all of that stuff.
With no parking, and so it's
With no parking.
It's not going to bring a lot of traffic because there's no parking there. So
Yeah, it's a very specific, but the support for a small grocery store where people could walk to in that neighborhood was amazing to me. Just how strong and how little opposition there was, and how excited people were with the thought, like, hey, we could have a small grocery store in our neighborhood. So some neighborhoods may be open and supportive of this.
And given what kind of
Sensitive to
where it
locations.
is, and all those other things where you can't drive there. It's just like parking, you can't drive there, so it's not going to bring extra traffic to the neighborhood to nowhere to go, unless, I guess, the streets, maybe, and they are concerned about that.
But we may just want to be open to
Possibilities.
possibilities of some yes, more neighborhood centers, and again, it may just depend on the neighborhood.
We were tossing out Big Market, Creamery.
Yeah.
Those types of stores that I think the neighborhood really enjoys.
Those are great points. And just, we're definitely sensitive to this idea that survey science, it's not the science that I specialize in. I'm an urban planner, so I trust Dan Jones and Cicero Group. They're an experienced survey designer, And they've done this, and they've said that this is the largest statistical sample they've ever gathered. That doesn't mean it's without flaws. I don't want to say that, but we were sensitive to this idea that surveys can be interpreted by in a variety of ways. So, and it's something very complicated because we weren't just looking at transportation communities. We were looking at agriculture and education and all of these topics that are associated with growth in the state. And we wanted to show Utahns how interrelated they were, which is a very complicated thing to illustrate, but an important thing to illustrate.
So I'm an advocate of keeping agriculture, a certain amount of agriculture in the valley, in Provo, wherever you can keep pockets of it, especially if it's on prime, fertile land. But another way to look at the picture, like water, is I believe 85% of the water is used by agriculture and 15% by the residents.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Depends on the location, but that's.
So, if you were just being weird, you could say, well, let's just get rid of the agriculture, we'll have plenty of water.
Yeah.
Not that I advocate that, but there is plenty of water out there in theory. But then getting hold of it and actually having the water rights and delivering it, that's what Provo has worked so hard to actually secure, and other communities are not in the best shape because they don't have those secured.
Yeah. Some of you may be aware of this process as well. We're working on an agricultural toolbox for Utah County that will include a variety of strategies to not only help farmers, because for a lot of farmers, their land is their retirement. So when they are getting ready to hang up their working boots, they want to sell their land and use that as their retirement. And we're working to try and find ways around these issues of water and how do we make sure the farmers can make sure they have some sort of security, financial security. So we're working through a lot of those issues. So those are great points to bring up. And we're working on finding ways that we can best blend agricultural uses with the other demands of growth, including water constraints, including land constraints, all these other things that we're facing. So that's a great point, thanks. Go ahead.
I just have a question about Envision Utah then.
Yeah.
Is this to give us information that we understand as a council, so as we're making decisions on our planning side? Are you meeting with community development? Give me more background on why you came today and what we're going to do with what you've just given us and future things.
I think you hit on the big reason already. I think the big thing is we want community councils around the state to be aware of the research that's been done and to take into account when they're making decisions. That's the biggest reason. Now, could we start a more involved effort with your community development staff? That's a possibility that will be up to you guys for debate. But ultimately, we did all this research on a statewide level, and we've been going to a variety of cities. Just last week, I was in Roy. We've presented in Ogden and in Orem and several other cities across the state. And we're trying to get this information out. We gathered it. We got all this data back, this valuable data from the public, and now we want to give it back to the decision makers in each of these communities so that they can be guided in their decision-making process. So you hit the nail right on the head in terms of what the purpose is. If you guys are interested in sort of a more in-depth look, then that would be a conversation we would start with your community development staff.
Okay.
Mr. Woods, we appreciate you.
All right, thank you so much.
Presenting and clearing up some of the, I guess, questions that we've had on the plan and what Envision Utah really embodies. We appreciate you being here and sharing this study with us and taking time to field our questions.
It's great. I love Provo, so thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much. The next item of business is a presentation. Let's see. A discussion on an ordinance amending Provo City Code Chapter 2.01, form of government, to define what a city officer or when a city officer is unavailable under the Utah Emergency Interim Succession Act. And our council attorney, Brian Jones, will correct this.
Very good. So I'm glad the mayor is still out in the hall. While I admit that the three Daves and Bryce and I have been plotting his death. fact
of which he's not unaware.
Yes, exactly. I spoke with you about it earlier this morning.
I mean, healed our plot.
Let me give you a little bit of background about why this came up and why it's coming from the council in the first place. So back, I think many of you are aware that a couple of years ago, a lot of city officials went back to Maryland for a week-long emergency management drill and training. And when we came back from that and we're debriefing, one of the questions that came up and that has been kind of on the back burner for a while is the fact that there are actually 2 state statutes that talk about what happens when the mayor is unavailable, when his office is vacant. One of them, the default statute talks about, is in part of the election code. And it says if similar to the process that was followed with the death of Councilmember Hales a little while ago, if the mayor's office is vacant during his term of office, then the council actually is authorized by state statute to appoint an interim mayor to serve out the rest of that election period. Where the confusion arose is in the Utah Code, there's an Emergency Management Act that talks specifically about the handling of emergencies and disasters. And that also talks about mayoral succession in the sense that it provides the mayor of any municipality the opportunity to designate emergency interim successors and to provide those names to the state. And then provides circumstances under which, if the mayor is unavailable to act during an emergency, those individuals assume his authority. Well, as I said, this came to be a discussion for Rules Committee as a policy setting issue, because initially it was believed that there was a conflict between the 2 statutes, that there was a potential for situations where there might be, in the midst of an emergency, an argument over who's actually in charge between what the election code said and what the Emergency Management Act said. Well, so we met a couple times as Rules Committee to discuss that, and as we did that, we actually came to the conclusion that there's not a conflict, that the Emergency Management Act by its terms actually trumps the election code. And so if the vacancy occurs during a disaster, then the Emergency Management Act is the one that controls. So seemingly that put the issue to bed, but there was another question that was raised that the Rules Committee talked about a little bit, and because we were already involved in that discussion and made a recommendation about it. So under state code, the person that the mayor has designated as his emergency interim successor only assumes that authority if the mayor meets the definition of unavailable, which means that he has to meet the definition of absent. It's a convoluted statute, which means that you can't contact him for 48 hours. And so there was some discussion about whether or not that 48 hours was really appropriate. And when that question was raised, we looked around, one of our law clerks looked around and noticed that Salt Lake and I believe the other one was Grantsville, but a couple of other cities had adopted their own ordinance, which the state statute allows, that changes that definition of unavailability. And in those 2 instances, they had adopted a period of 2 hours instead of 48 hours. So as the committee discussed it, we thought that was, the committee decided that was a reasonable proposal to put forward. As I mentioned to the mayor this morning, I don't know that anybody, I think the 2 hours is somewhat arbitrary. I don't know that anybody on the committee was married to the idea of 2 hours, but we followed the example of the other ordinances that were out there. And so let me say this, and then I'll open it up for questions, make 2 more points. One is, let me just say briefly what this ordinance does. So the only thing that this ordinance does differently than what is already in state law is that, as you see in 2A, in 51 and 52, it changes the unavailability period from 48 hours to 2 hours. So that's the only difference regarding the definition of unavailability and when the act comes into play between this proposed ordinance and state law. Then with regard to paragraphs 3 and 4, these were copied from the Salt Lake City ordinance. The Emergency Management Act is a little bit odd because in the same act, there are provisions that are clearly aimed at state officers and provisions that are clearly aimed at local officers. There's a provision like this regarding the state that says the governor is the ultimate arbiter of any decision over executive staff about whether they're unavailable or not. There isn't a provision that says who's the ultimate arbiter if there's a question at the local level. So Salt Lake kind of stepped into that void and did something almost exactly like number 3. And so the Rules Committee proposed just adopting that as well. And what that says is if there ultimately is a question of fact as to whether the mayor is actually unavailable or one of his successors is unavailable, then the city attorney, as the person familiar with the case law and the relevant definition, steps in and makes that determination. We did, as a committee, recommend this, and this is new, recommended this paragraph 4, which exists only in case the mayor happens to designate the city attorney as one of the possible successors. And this paragraph just says if that's the case and the city attorney is next in line, then perhaps he or she shouldn't be the one making the decision. And so it asks the mayor, if he designates the city attorney as an alternate, to also designate somebody to fulfill that decision-making process. So with that in mind, I did, before I open up to questions, I did talk to the mayor at the committee's request to see if he had any concerns. And the question he asked me was, well, what are the powers that couldn't be exercised if this didn't kick in, right? And so just really briefly, I wanted to run through the Emergency Management Act. There's a specific provision of the Emergency Management Act that lists those powers that are specifically allocated to a chief executive officer of a municipality during a disaster. And I'm going to actually break these into 2 categories. I'm going to list first the ones that I think that someone else could actually do, even though it says that the chief executive officer has those powers. So the first one is to utilize all available resources of the political subdivision to manage the state of emergency. Secondly, to employ measures and give directions to local officers and agencies for the purpose of securing compliance. Thirdly, recommending routes, modes of transportation, and destinations in relation to any evacuation. And then there's another one that says they can invoke the provisions of any mutual aid agreement. Now, in all likelihood, if the mayor were actually absent during an emergency, but Wayne was around, I think probably without even an overt delegation of authority, any of those things would be easy for him to step in and do. So then the second category is ones that at least arguably may only be able to be exercised by someone who has the authority of the mayor. So the first one is to order an evacuation. Now there is a provision in the state code that says if the mayor isn't around to order an evacuation, that the chief law enforcement officer can order one. But interestingly, an evacuation ordered by the chief law enforcement officer can only be valid for 36 hours, even though you can't succeed the mayor for 48 hours. I don't know, that 12-hour gap is kind of weird to me. But then the other ones are suspending or limiting the sale, dispensing, or transportation of alcoholic beverages, explosives, or combustibles in relation to an evacuation, controlling ingress and egress to and from the disaster area and movements of people within the disaster area, and clearing or removing debris or wreckage that may threaten public health, public safety. And the reason why I throw this into the latter category is because that includes on private property, where you can, in essence, almost kind of exercise a taking and go in and remove conditions that are threatening the public safety. And then finally, under another provision of the Emergency Management Act, it's specifically vested in the chief executive officer the authority to declare a local emergency, which does 2 things. It constitutes official recognition that a disaster exists, and this is the one that gives me a little bit of concern. It provides the legal basis for requesting and obtaining mutual aid or disaster assistance from other political subdivisions or from the state or the federal government. That particularly is the one that raises some questions in my mind about what we don't want to be in as a situation where FEMA is saying, well, we're not going to reimburse you because the emergency was not declared by the proper authority. So in my view, those are some things that that state statute has vested in the chief executive officer, and maybe some reasons why there may be situations in which the those powers need to be exercised before that 48-hour period is up, and so that there may be a reason to argue that we should locally define that unavailability period as something less than 48 hours. So, and with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I don't know if maybe the mayor probably has, I'm sure has some comments. But I don't know.
I just want to know, I'm touched that you're all concerned about my demise. And I would just echo a couple things that Brian is saying. I think that you could look at this from two needs. One is the need to give instruction, and the other is the need to engage certain legal options that couldn't otherwise be engaged. And I personally am concerned with the 2-hour time frame, and I feel like it's far more complicated than that, and that likely those decisions would not be made singularly by me. Definitely not the city attorney. So most of those decisions, you just described it as number of places I could be for 2 hours and not be reached there's a lot. Anything from as simple as a movie theater to church to sleeping to a vacation on a flight. And so that's why I think the 2 hours is concerning. The second thing I would point out is that in a different category than what Brian has just described is just who's making decisions on the moment, right? And I'm quite confident that those decisions would not be made by the mayor most often, that the chief of police, your public works, your fire would all be going on predetermined instructions, if that makes sense. And they wouldn't be checking in to say, is it okay if we stop the flood? Is it okay if we put out the fire? Is it okay if we save the lives? And you wouldn't want to insert a new person into that that they now feel like they have to report to when they're off busy doing what they should be doing. And that to me is a category that I'm not near as concerned about as the category that Brian mentioned of, are there certain legal things that we would want to do as a city that we just couldn't do? And the second thing is, are there other ways to give that authority, Brian, that each one of those is so unique and different, should they each be looked at in a different way? And some we would want Wayne dealing with them, and some we probably would want the chief dealing with them. So those are my thoughts.
2 hours seems a pretty short time to be also. I was at a commission for way more than 2 hours last time in the airplane. With cell phones now, it's somewhat different. I couldn't agree more with the things Mayor has said. I think that 2 hours was, we never found a situation, and we had some emergencies that other people couldn't take the responsibilities. There was never a question. So.
Question, Brian, do you have the reasoning why the initial ordinance was 48 hours? What was the thinking process, or because 48 to 2 is a big difference, and it seems like the reasoning for 48 is different than the reasoning for 2 that I'm trying to.
Yeah, and I don't know. We could, this is just obviously for work sessions, so it doesn't even need to get continued. Certainly, if council's interested in that, we could go back and try to find the legislative history of when the act was originally passed and see if there was any discussion on the floor about that. But off the top of my head, I don't. So that'll work.
Mr. Schmidt?
So if 2 is too few and 48 too many, we have any opinion on what's the right number?
I think the only way I can answer that question is to spend more time with Brian's list and break them down one by one. So if emergency declaration needs to be declared, is there any other mechanism where Wayne could do it anyway? So yeah, with or without time. Does that make sense? And I think really, I don't think I can answer that without, each one of those almost has a different answer and a different person.
and may actually have a different fix.
And I should clarify, I think as I look at the ordinance again, I think I was thinking this was in here. And I think the reason why I thought that was because it's in the Salt Lake ordinance, but we decided not to copy all the parts of the Salt Lake ordinance that just copy state statute. So it's probably important to recognize that one of the provisions of the state statute, so that applies even if we do this, is that even if one of those emergency interim successors step in, the instant that the mayor is available, the authority reverts back to him. So the person's actually only has any authority while the mayor is unavailable.
So that's another question maybe to analyze is what decisions could be made during the temporary unavailability of the mayor that we would regret or not want to be made or couldn't be undone.
Well, evacuations are good. Once you start that, you typically wouldn't stop it.
And so
But I could see a scenario where you wouldn't even want to wait 2 hours if I was unavailable and it was in Wayne's best judgment to evacuate the city. You get a chemical spill or something like that. And it could be anything as simple as a flight where I'm unavailable for 4 hours. I don't think you would want Wayne not to have the ability to order an evacuation.
So you'll get with Brian?
Well, it's a good question. There's quite a bit here, actually. I mean, you could spend a lot of time on each one of these. And I think one of the questions is, could some of them be solved with policy directives, or do they need to be solved with ordinances? And here again, you may find some yes and some no based on other state law. So this is one of those things where it's fine not to worry about it until you have the emergency, and then you wish you would have worried about it. So I think it really is a matter of priorities.
It seems like the 2 hour too, and there are plenty of days where Wayne doesn't know where you're at for 2 hours maybe.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
in a 24-hour period, if you're gonna be gone for 24 hours, most likely he's gonna know where you are, and that you are.
But there are scenarios, let's say a cruise, where even though he knows where I am, I'm not accessible. Now,
You just can't go on one.
tell my wife that, I'm okay with that. But now here's where it gets complicated, is let's suppose I'm gone and Wayne is in a movie, or Wayne is driving someplace where and so you really, I think if you're going down this road, you actually need multiple scenarios that would accommodate what ifs.
The statute provides for that in the current state statute.
Yeah,
We designate a cascading group of interim successors.
One thing from experience, I've been in a situation where the mayor was out of town and we had to evacuate a community I lived in. And you just want to have it clear you want to have it clear and simple because you don't want to go through a lot of technicalities. The one concern that might have on here is go down through 3 and 4, and speaking of, in our situation of the city attorney, mayor just signed a letter that I forwarded on, or I think you forwarded to me, I may have forwarded to the council, but it designated Wayne Parker, Robert West, and then Dixon Holmes as the 3 interims in that order. So my question with number 4 really is, since Robert West is on that list, and if mayor and the chief administrative officer are both unavailable, does that mean automatically that Robert doesn't get to designate anything on there, and we're now looking at somebody off the list?
No. So paragraph 3 and 4 only come up if there's a question. So really it comes down to this. 2B says mentally or physically impaired. So this is the scenario that 3 and 4 are designed to address. The mayor is, sorry, Mayor, dead. He's crushed in the.
I prefer that to mentally impaired.
Okay. So that's where I'm going with Wayne now. That's the problem.
Wayne's mentally impaired.
So the scenario is the mayor's been crushed in the avalanche. Wayne has been struck on the head, and there's a feeling among some people that he might be mentally impaired and not be able to carry out his duties. The next person on the list is the city attorney. Paragraph 3 would say that it's the city attorney's duty to decide whether Wayne is mentally impaired or not. Paragraph 4 says, since Robert is next in line, he doesn't get to make that decision, but somebody else the mayor has appointed makes that decision, and if that person decides Wayne is unavailable, then Robert West assumes the duties. Does that make sense? And it is kind of
Yeah,
convoluted.
I think the place we want to be is, as Cliff said, someplace that's clear and quickly determined. And the problem is, if you're not careful, you'll get so complicated into scenarios of, for instance, what you just described could take hours to sort out.
Right.
You're going to do a physical examination of Wayne, you're going to get a battery of tests, and Wayne's going to insist he's okay.
And it's a balancing test. As with most legislative drafting, it's a balancing test between having the statute be clear enough that it's understandable, but having it capture enough situations that it actually applies when you want it to apply.
Right.
So,
Up until that last little discussion, I was going to suggest it seems to me that the 48 hours is too long, particularly if the chief law enforcement officer can order evacuations, but only up to 36 hours. So to me, 36 hours is probably the ceiling. Two, I think we've discussed some things that make it pretty evident that 2 hours is too short. And we can go in and we can do a lot of study, and the kind of question of, is it a priority that we want to spend time on? It seems that maybe picking, say, 24, I'm just throwing that out there, but picking 24, it's less than the 36, it's more than a general airline flight. And then it's calling it good enough, and so we don't have to necessarily invest a whole lot more time and effort into it, and say it's good enough. Now, the question becomes, we do want it clear, no question. Another way to approach this would be to make it so the city attorney couldn't be on that list of 3 would be another way to do it. But we've already, without this discussion, the mayor already chosen as the third in line.
and we drafted 4 knowing that was a possibility, and so certainly we talked about that in the committee, right? That we didn't want to, as the committee didn't want to restrict who the mayor could choose, so we just threw this in there to cover that potential choice.
But I think there may be there's some value in not studying it to death and saying this is better than what it is, and it's good enough for, all of these scenarios are very unlikely, but in the unlikely event that there is a disaster and the mayor is unavailable, this is going to put us on better footing than what the state statute left us.
It was only just this morning that I had a chance to talk to the mayor about it, so he asked me the question that I mentioned, and it's only now that he's hearing my response. So, one way to handle this is maybe I need to put this into writing and send it to him so he can think about it. But
I think what I'd like, Brian, with that is some thought into each one of those scenarios. Can some of those powers exist in 2 people at once and eliminate the time altogether, so that either Wayne or I could evoke some of those things? And that to me would be the answer in some of those cases, is it actually would be preferable if it could come from either one of us. You could get in a scenario where 15 minutes matters and we only have the time to try to contact Wayne, and we didn't have time to contact me. So that would be one question. And then, are there any scenarios in those that cannot be delegated to 2 people and we would deem to be extremely problematic if very much time was eclipsed without action? And then I might recommend at that point that we modify what you're doing to relate to those specific things and not to this broad brush that says it's either all or nothing, we're all passing it all on, but rather we're passing on those things that would really put the city in a detrimental position if somebody couldn't act quickly.
So I can just think of 2 situations. One where the safety of the public is in danger, so you want to do an evacuation. The other is where our financial,
It's getting more expensive by not making a decision.
well, the right person has to declare the emergency.
Correct, for reimbursement.
Yes.
Yeah, and that would be, I think a little research on those would help me answer your questions.
So you want to send this back to the committee? Do you want to send this back to Mr. Jones? And Mayor, then you can come forward if you have other recommendations. You can just, what's your preference?
I don't know, like, I think I understand what the mayor's questions are, and I'm happy to take on the work of preparing for his review some answers to those questions. And then I guess the question is, where does it go from there? I don't know.
I think at that point, I'd be ready to come back and say, hey, here's what we need legislatively, here's what we can do administratively, or we don't need any of the above.
To the names that are serving on the committee.
I'd like to be kept in the loop, just to kind of see what's being discussed in this. I want it just to, if the decision is that nothing's needed, just not hear about it again. I'd like to make closure to the questions that the committee and the council in general.
I think we can keep it as an open task for the committee, and I'll report back.
That would be my preference. I kind of agree with that. We just take it back to the committee and we don't involve the mayor, and then this goes nowhere, because we have to work with you and you have to work with us to make this happen.
We need a motion in that.
I don't think so. We'll just, Mr. Sewell is the chair of the committee, and so as long as he's okay with kind of keeping it on the list of projects, and then I know what I need to do as far as getting information to the mayor.
Sounds good.
Right, thank you. So the next item of business is a discussion on the creation of the Council Audit Committee. And this will be presented by Executive Director.
In your report, in your packet, you have a report that I drafted. This idea, this suggestion was discussed with the Budget Committee yesterday about involving them as giving them extra responsibilities to serve as an audit committee for the council. They're willing to do that. They recognize there's a learning curve there. Because the committee itself has no experienced auditors on it, I would recommend that we leave, we don't give it super broad powers, that council retain its ability to govern and set direction, and with respect to financial controls and things like that. In essence, what we're asking is for the Budget Committee to be renamed as the Budget Audit Committee, and given the additional duties of objectively reviewing the city's financial reporting processes, financial statements, internal controls, and the audit work provided by the independent auditors, and then to be able to discuss these with the management and the auditors, and to make recommendations as needed to council. I've drafted for you a recommended motion based on that. Questions?
I know in the past, the audit reported 2 or 3 times at least during the process to leadership. They've answered questions. Is that sufficient, do you think, or is it better to have the committee, the Budget Committee? Because the Budget Committee has been tied up in recommending policy questions to the council, and I think it's really important that the audit not be a policy discussion. It's more, are these numbers matching? And so I don't know. Councilor, just question on that. As a member of the Budget/Audit Committee, it'd be really nice to have them come and report, as long as we don't jump in and say, okay, well, we don't like the way they did this, and this department did this, and the way they did that, unless we have a question about that. Why did they do that? The question is why. It's not that we don't like it, it's why did they do that?
Right. It's part of the reason why in my recommendation in the draft that I've defined it as audited by the auditors. In other words, not to give them overreaching power into doing their own
audits within the administration, but to focus their work based on what they're getting back from the auditors.
The scope of their work is outlined in the agreement that we signed, so
Right.
if you change the scope, you change the cost, it's not something that the audit committee could has the power to do, correct, Brian?
Right.
And I think that's great.
And it takes, and as you noted, whereas they would report to leadership before, we could still require that, but this would take a little bit of load off leadership and put it onto this other committee. And that information will still come back to council ultimately.
So I'm just trying to understand the role. So basically, we have auditors. The auditors will go in, will check our finance, check the books for the city. They'll come up with their findings, a report. They will then present that report to the Budget and Audit Committee. Budget and Audit Committee will then digest the report and then report on the report to leadership and or the council.
I would see them as reporting to the council.
Okay.
As a whole.
Probably in a work session.
I'm just saying, these are the findings of the auditors.
Right. And what I would propose is that after the audit, the audit committee can work with the auditors to discuss, things that they're finding and kind of next approaches and not have to bother council with it until they're finished their report. And then that report would come to council. And I would anticipate that the auditors would actually make that report to council and that the audit committee, which includes 3 members of council, would be there to be able to comment on it.
And the audit committee needs to give it to the council directly.
Sorry?
The audit committee needs to report to the council directly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it for the final report. I don't know if it's ever been done other than that.
So you're saying the auditors shouldn't be the ones to present it to the council?
Auditors should be the one.
Auditors should be, not the committee,
So
but the
not the committee
auditors.
in between.
Okay.
Instead of a report from the auditors and highlights.
And I see the the budget and audit committee as being more, making recommendations for questions to ask or giving council, we heard the audit, and these are maybe some questions you might think about, or, that kind of thing. I know that's how I see the budget and audit committee.
A little bit more of a working role with them. I mean, they're not going to be involved in the day-to-day of the audit, but they'll hear from them 2 or 3 times during the process. And they'll be able to provide some guidance on issues or whatever, rather than having them come 3 times to council and doing it, or burdening leadership with that extra work. And of course, like any committee, you can all go, but you can't because you have to have a maximum of 3 council members have to have that. So.
I like this change or this addition. Leadership is not always up to speed on audits. You need people that are professionals that like this stuff, that live and breathe this stuff, that can look at it objectively and ask the right questions and then come back to report. So I think it's the right committee and the right expertise would be very helpful.
One thing that was, if I may, mentioned at the committee meeting when we had the discussion yesterday, and I believe it might have been you, Mrs. Santiago, and that was that the budget committee already has a certain familiarity with the finances of the city, and that would make it, there's a link, and although one is kind of forward and one is after, there's a familiarity with the way the city is structured financially, and that provides some helpful linkage and expertise that goes with it. And that's all I have. So if you.
Are there other questions?
Would there be an anticipated cost from the auditors, knowing that they've got another committee to meet with? If you mentioned 2 or 3 times, they'd be meeting with.
That's part of the engagement letter. That they recognize that as part of the RFP that we asked if they would meet with the committee.
So will that, I guess that's my question then, would they say, okay, we're gonna be spending some more time, so our cost?
It's built into their proposals.
They actually suggested that we do it when we talked with them in the interviews. They do it with other cities and suggested that we do it.
And I think rather than meeting with leadership 2 or 3 times, they'll meet with the budget committee 2 or 3 times. So I don't think that we're giving extra burden to the auditors.
There's something that I'm just thinking about now, being on the committee and being chair. I'm the one signing the agreement with them, and future chairs may want to be part of that committee as well. And so the chair should have the option to sit in on that committee, and maybe another council member, if they're willing to. I don't know how we would work that out, but if the chair wants to be part of those budget committee meetings, if they feel it's important to be there, if they're okay just having that final report, but there may be chairs that actually want to have the interim reports as well. I don't know how we work around that, but.
I think it's my understanding that ultimately that you as chair designates who on the committee, who's on the various committees, correct? So the chair could determine, you don't do it that way in this council?
No, well, it's done by majority vote of the council. You're positing a situation where the chair doesn't want to be on the budget committee.
No,
Or isn't on the budget
Isn't on the
committee.
budget committee, doesn't necessarily want to be, but wants
But
to get the
wants to.
interim report, wants to get those reports before the final report, if they want to attend those meetings. And I guess we could just notice those meetings and they could attend too. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, right now it doesn't, I'm already on the budget committee and it doesn't affect me, but future chairs, if they want to have those interim reports, you could just notice the meeting and they could be there too.
I think there's a lot of flexibility we could do. We could do that. Somebody could choose to be absent, but we could elevate it to the work session. I think there's a lot of flexibility to make that happen going forward. And generally, I think within the budget that if they want, if leadership or some other committee wanted to have a direct meeting, then they could work that in within their work structure.
Any other questions on this topic? So we need a motion to, there's a recommended motion on the board that the council's current advisory committee, the budget committee, be assigned the additional responsibility of serving as an audit advisory committee with responsibility to objectively review the city's financial reporting processes, financial statements, and internal controls as audited by the city's independent auditors, and to discuss these with management and with the independent auditors, and that the advisory committee be renamed the budget and audit committee. It's a suggested motion. We can make our own. Mr. Connect? Someone, is there a second? Mr. Sewell? All in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. The next item of business is a discussion and review of the cost service study for the energy department. And this will be presented by Council Audit Committee.
Thank you, Council and Administration, for this opportunity. I know you guys have a busy evening, but let me kind of give you the purpose of this. 6 years ago, we did a cost of service study for the energy department, and so we thought it was time to do an update of that cost of service. When you do a cost of service, you want to make sure that you're not subsidizing one class of customer with another, and you want to understand where your revenues are coming from residential, commercial, and industrial. And we also have an issue with net metering, distributed generation. We want to make sure that each customer class is carrying their fair share. So with UMPA, we got together and decided to do a study with other cities. And so with other members of UMPA, in addition to Murray, Lehigh, we've all hired a consultant to come in and do a cost of service study, and that is Dave Berg. Dave Berg actually did our original cost of service study 6 years ago. He was with R.W. Beck at the time, and then he's started his own company, and so we've had him do that study. So I just want to introduce Dave Berg, and he'll go through some of the study with you, and any hard questions, make sure that you ask him, and he's been great to work with on this study. Dave.
Right, thanks. Who's controlling this?
Well,
I need actually there on that jump drive, there's also a PowerPoint presentation. Yes, that one. So good afternoon. Yesterday, I actually made a presentation to all of the UMPA members, and a lot of the staff and a few policymakers were there relative to some cost of service issues. And we actually thought that a portion of that presentation might be helpful today, particularly as it revolves around the issues with distributed generation, particularly solar generation, that customers, rooftop solar generation that people are putting on their homes. So if we could go, I think it's about the 30th slide is where I'd like to pick up in this. This was a 2-hour presentation, so I'm not going to go through all of this today. One more, the next one. Nope, further in. That one, yes. Okay. Do I have control with this then? Okay. So obviously, we all are sort of aware that solar is becoming a much bigger issue in the electric utility world. And in particular, we're seeing a lot of distributed generation, that is solar that's being put on basically folks' homes, on their rooftops. And they're interconnecting with the system. Now, one of the reasons that we're seeing a big increase in solar options, especially for customers, is that solar costs have declined about 60% in the last 10 years. And so what we've seen is as solar costs keep coming down, obviously the cost of solar as compared to the rates that they're paying for electricity from the utility, we're starting to get a closer crossover point so that more folks are seeing that in their view it's worth the investment to put this solar on their rooftop. And as further cost reductions are expected, and quite frankly, as traditional utility rates continue to go up, we would see that it would become sort of a stronger business case, if you will, for people to make this consideration for putting it on their homes. Obviously, environmental stewardship is strengthening. A lot of states are mandating increased renewables. A lot of developers are getting involved so that homeowners don't have to actually put the money up front. They essentially, the developer will pay for it and lease the systems to the homeowners, even though they exist on the homeowner's house. And actually large solar installations, not so much rooftop, but it's really offering much greater efficiency. So we're just seeing a big increase in solar as we look forward. Now, as that comes to rates, one of the things that we think about and we talk about in rates, and I'll be getting into some of the specifics for Provo, is what we call cost of service. Basically, how much does it cost to serve a customer? So there's really three main drivers when you look at cost of service. There are demand-related costs. Think about a substation. When you build a substation in the system, the size of the substation is based on demand, something that is generally in kilowatts or megawatts as the measure. But when you're thinking about building a substation, it's a demand-related cost and it's a fixed cost. Once you build a substation, the cost is there, the fixed cost exists. It doesn't vary any longer depending upon whether or not people are buying energy. It's a fixed demand-related cost on the system. Whereas energy-related costs, the primary one that we have in our system is fuel. If people need more kilowatt hours, more energy, we have to burn more coal, natural gas, wherever we're getting our energy from. So the primary energy-related cost is fuel. And then there are customer-related costs. There's a cost to having a customer on the system. If I, as a homeowner, build a house, there's a cost to connect me, whether I use any electricity or not. You put in a transformer, you put in a service drop, you put in a meter installation. You read the meter every month, you issue me a bill. So even though I'm not using maybe any energy or very little energy, there's still this cost associated with having me.
Ask you a question.
Yes.
On demand, that can vary during the day, but every customer, even solar, has demand at some point, right?
Yes, and actually that's a good point that I'm going to be getting into some real specifics on that in just a couple of minutes on that very issue. Yes. And obviously, and to that, demand as well as energy vary during the day. And obviously there's a lot more demand and a lot more energy yesterday and today and tomorrow here than there are on a typical day in April. And that's the like when I mentioned the substation, those fixed costs have to be built for the maximum demand, right? You have to have enough substation capacity for the hottest day of the year. And then of course you have plenty for that cool April Saturday. But when you build capacity, you have to build for the maximum demand. What it comes down to is load factor, which is something I'm going to explain here. Load factor is basically a ratio for a customer relative to how much energy they use compared to how much demand they place on the system. It's shown as a percentage, and it's basically when you look at some period, so if you look at a month, in a typical month, there's 730 hours in a month. So for any customer, you can look at how much energy they use during the month. So let's say that's a residential customer who uses 700 kilowatt hours. Then you divide that by the demand they put on the system. So maybe that customer puts a 5 kW demand on the system times the number of hours in the period, which for a month is 730. What you get is a percentage load factor. The reason that's an important measure, the higher the load factor, the more efficiently you're using the fixed system. In other words, I've built this demand-related system, and the more energy I'm able to sort of push through that demand-related system based on a high percentage load factor, as a customer, you're really more efficiently using the system as opposed to only utilizing it for short periods of time and sort of leaving that fixed system just idling, if you will, during the other hours. So load factor is very important. So here's a graph of a comparison of two customers. Both customers put a 5 kW peak on the system during a given month. So I have to have, if you will, 5 kilowatts of substation capacity, 5 kilowatts of distribution lines, 5 kilowatts of service transformation, etc., all fixed costs to serve both of those customers. However, one of them uses 2,900 kilowatt hours, and the other one's only using 730. They're both placing the same demand on the system, but one of them has what we would call an 80% load factor. That's this blue line, and you'll see their maximum at 5 here sometime during the month, but their amount of energy that they're using is much more consistently high. Whereas the 730 kilowatt hour customer, for some strange reason, has got this little spike at one point during the month. So they both put a 5 kW demand on the system. So I've built 5 kilowatts of fixed system to serve each of them. However, when you look at the cost of that fixed system on a per kilowatt hour basis, it's much higher for this customer because it's only 730 kilowatt hours as opposed to this one at 2,900. So when I look at my fixed system cost and divide by kilowatt hours, just with simple algebra, the cost of the fixed system per kilowatt hour is lower for this customer than this one. So when you think in terms of cost to serve any customer, whether it's residential or industrial, customers with a higher load factor who use more energy per unit of demand are cheaper to serve on a per kilowatt hour basis. And that's sort of one of the most important things that has always existed in our industry because we have so much fixed investment. Power plants, transmission lines, substations, distribution lines, service transformers, service drops, meter installations. That's all fixed. Yes, sir.
Cheaper to serve, could you also say we receive more revenue?
Well, depending upon the rate. And
what our rates are today, we receive more revenue if our fixed costs are less than our demand costs. Not demand, our load costs.
All right, on a residential basis, because you're billing based on energy, okay, yes, you get more of the, in so much as in the rate, there's a piece of that which goes for fixed cost. You are getting more from this customer than you are from this, yes. Questions about what load factor means. I know it's a little, it's sort of a little technical in the weeds in our industry, but it's really something that's kind of important.
Just as a quick observation, I really think that I appreciate you explaining that to me. I haven't seen it in that way, and I understand how it's very helpful in comparing customers. Sometimes customers will say, I was speaking to someone just this weekend who was putting in solar, and they're saying, oh, this is going to be so great, for the city, because I'm going to not be, using much energy, and if I had known this, I could have explained to them about load factor and all that. And so I think it's helpful in looking at the impact of different types of customers.
Hopefully 10 minutes from now, you'll have even more ammunition.
Then I'll hold off.
Okay. Yes.
I have a question that you brought up. When you talk about idling, where renewables, you have to idle, so that you can handle the peak when their, renewable shuts down, when the sun goes down. With this peaking plant that we just purchased, does that reduce the amount we have to idle? Isn't that the purpose of having a peaking plant, is to
Yeah.
reduce the idling issue?
And my comment on the idling probably wasn't exactly, because I wasn't really referring to generation.
Oh,
I'm really referring much more to the fixed, we can almost, to a certain extent, on a local basis, you can even, to a certain extent, ignore the generation for a lot of what I'm talking about. What I'm really talking about is the substations and all the wires and everything that is on a local basis, because the predominance of your generation cost, if you will, is the bill from UMPA. So if you buy less from them, that bill goes down. However, all of the fixed costs that you've got locally, the transmission line, all of that infrastructure, that's there no matter what.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's actually, and that's, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a real key to the discussion that we're having here. Okay? All right, so I'm gonna skip that. So this is what's called a cost curve, all right? This is shown for a residential customer, but it's the same for every kind of customer, because the bottom line is cost to serve if you're measuring on a per kilowatt hour basis. And a low load factor, because I've still got the fixed cost with very little energy, the cost per kilowatt hour is much higher. And as load factor improves, the cost per kilowatt hour goes down. That's just every customer everywhere in the world that is served for electricity, a cost curve has this shape. At a low load factor, whether I'm residential, commercial, or industrial, the cost per served per kilowatt hour is higher than it is at a high load factor. So that's kind of an important thing to understand as we get into discussions about rates. Now, this is just like a typical residential looking rate. We're charging $5 per month on a customer charge and 10.5 cents per kilowatt hour for energy. Now you'll notice that there's no demand charge in here, which represents fixed costs. But in rate design for residential, the fixed revenue requirement, the need for it is in there. The thing is, most of it is in this per kilowatt hour charge. So now what happens is, I graph the two together. So this is my cost curve. This is my revenue curve for the rate. Now the reason that this ticks up a little bit at the low end is because of that customer charge. But you can see basically that the revenue curve, if you will, is relatively flat, whereas the cost curve has the slope. So when you're looking at these, you say, well, they don't really match very well. I mean, here they match, but here there's a big, disconnect, and here there's a big disconnect. Yet, this is what rates look like and have looked like for the last 100 years at the vast majority of utilities in the United States. The reason that we've been able to get away with this kind of rate design, with this kind of cost curve, is within our residential class, most of our customers are relatively homogeneous relative to load factor. And that doesn't matter if it's my dear 87-year-old widowed mother who uses 300 kilowatt hours a month, or somebody with a huge house that's using 5,000 kilowatt hours. What you find is that the bandwidth of load factor across the class is generally homogeneous. So within the bandwidth, we have a fairly close match between the cost curve and the rate curve. For big customers, like industrial customers, we've always had a demand charge in the rate. Not because they're big, because we can have customers down here and customers up here. And the only way to make the rate curve match the cost curve for those kinds of customers is to have a demand and energy charge, as opposed to just an energy charge. But we've been able to get away with it, if you will, for all of these years for residential customers, because we have a relatively homogeneous class. The same thing exists for small commercial. They're relatively homogeneous on a load factor basis, almost regardless of size. Now, this is important to remember now as I get into kind of what the issue is around distributed rooftop generation from a cost of service perspective. So this is a typical solar output, okay? So this happens to be I live in Minnesota. This is actually a solar facility in Minnesota, but on a summer day. And the curves are going to look generally the same no matter where you are. And what you have is, in the morning, as the sun is coming up, the solar starts to ramp up. And then in early to mid-evening, it's back down to zero. Now, one of the things is, if you look at this and you think sort of intuitively is, well, here I am at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the solar is at maximum, and that's probably, my maximum need. So it seems like intuitively there's a really good match between the solar output and the load. But the reality is the vast majority of utilities, particularly in the summertime, peak in this neighborhood, early evening. My commercial and my industrial, for the most part, are still functioning. And I've got a lot of residents who have come home and have started doing things. They've turned the air back down. They've started cooking. They've thrown in a load of clothes. They've turned on the dishwasher, whatever. So what happens is, when the utility peaks, we might be about here on the solar output, not here. In fact, it was interesting, Travis mentioned I was at Murray last week at their city council, and one of their council members actually has a solar facility on his home. And he was able to look on his phone at 6 o'clock, and he said he was operating way below his maximum output, even at 6 o'clock in the evening when the sun is still out, because that's just the reality of how solar generation ultimately works. This is what in our industry now we call the duck curve. So let me explain. One, it's called the duck curve because this kind of looks like a duck. So let me tell you what's happening here. The gray area is a typical daily load curve for a residential customer without any solar generation. Now, this curve and this curve show the impact of adding a couple of different sizes, basically, of solar generation. So I'm sitting here with a 1.5 kW peak. And in this one, there's probably about a little less than a 1 kW solar. So what happens is, about that time that the solar starts generating, that customer is then self-using or self-generating a portion. So now they'd only be buying this much from the utility. And then this is when the customer is peaking early evening. And at that point, now the solar is gone. It's no longer generating. So this customer is still putting this peak on the system, but is buying this much less energy because they're self-generating this piece. This customer has a much bigger solar, and what actually happens is during the day, they generate more than their load. And what happens is, under what we call net metering, which is the way it currently works in your community here, this energy represented by the area below the curve, they're essentially, if you will, using the utility as a battery. So they're exporting this energy to the utility, and then on their bill, they're essentially able to use this to serve some of that. They kind of use it later. So what's happening is, the amount of energy that this customer is buying is dramatically less than before solar, yet the demand that they're putting on the system may not have changed a bit. So I've got the same demand, a lot less energy. So based on our little tutorial on load factor, that means their effective load factor has diminished greatly. And in fact, when they talk about a net zero home, that's someone whose solar is generating the amount of energy that they use in total. So what we have is essentially their bill for energy is zero because they have net bought no energy from the utility. However, they've still placed a demand on the utility after the time that they're solar. It's just that they've over-generated during the day. So customers may be self-supplying some or even most of their own energy requirements, but they're still placing a demand on the system. And what this does is it drives down the load factor. So now what happens is, instead of having this homogeneous class where everybody's load factor is similar, we end up with these customers who are self-generating a lot of their energy, but still placing a demand on the system. So now you've got this huge separation on a cost per kilowatt hour basis of the cost to serve them versus the revenue that you're getting from them. So on a cost of service basis, it isn't the fact that they're solar, it isn't the fact that they're self-generating. It's the fact that as a customer, their effective load factor relative to what the utility sees has been driven down to maybe as low as 0. So I've got a bunch of fixed costs that they're still utilizing, but I'm not able to secure any revenue from them because they're not buying any energy from the utility. So on a cost of service basis, that's where our issue comes relative to solar.
I have a question
Yes.
along those lines. So if they're putting solar energy back onto the grid during that time and they don't use all of that, then the city has more power than they did before, right? And the city's always buying and selling power, so is there a way that the city could break even if they're generating more power? Does that make sense? They're putting more back on the grid than they're using?
Yeah, and at the end of the report, we're going to get into some options for handling this. Now, when you talk about sort of on a break-even basis, that might even depend on how you define that. It gets fairly complicated, and we have some different rate possibilities for handling this, and I'll discuss each of those and what sort of the pros and the cons are of those. But one of the things that's important to remember, right now you're doing net metering in the classic way in our industry. In Utah, municipals are not under the net metering legislation which exists in the state. The vast majority of states, municipals and cooperatives are also under the net metering laws that exist. I live in Minnesota, and the municipals have to do net metering the way that you're doing it now. As it currently exists in Utah, you folks have you basically can do whatever you as a governing body feel is right for Provo. One of the things I'm saying is that may not exist forever. And actually sort of having the same message, and one of the reasons that we had the meeting with all the UMPA members yesterday was to talk about all the various options. I'm also, as I mentioned, I was in Murray last week, also working for Brigham and Payson and Lehigh. And one of the messages that we're giving is that we think that the Utah municipals, whatever approach they adopt, they're probably better off on a political basis if they have a unified approach to how they want to deal with this in case it ends up coming up legislatively. But that's, as I said, that's sort of my free advice is what I said yesterday. Yes.
So I'll state my bias. I have solar.
Sure.
And I quite enjoy it. So I'm interested in learning about what you're talking about. If I understand your load factors and such, would it make more sense then that solar be geared to businesses and such, that government offices, et cetera, that run during the day rather than a residential customer?
Actually, my preference as both a cost of service expert as well as having done a lot of power supply is that I think large either community owned or utility owned or developer owned solar facilities make more sense to add solar because quite frankly they're cheaper. So whether it's, if we're adding solar as all rooftop, what's existing here is there's a subsidy here, okay? Because this customer here, because you're not recovering their costs, they're coming from somewhere else. So other residents, businesses, and so on are providing a subsidy to these. Now, if you've got 10 on your system, oh well. If you have 1,000, if you have 5,000, if you have 10,000, now all of a sudden it's like, well, what are we going to do in order to pay this subsidy, if you will? See, when net metering first came into existence, not that long ago, price of solar was probably 3 times higher than it is now. So even when getting full retail credit for the energy, it didn't pencil out. So the only people who did it were people who were willing to spend the extra money just to do it. From an environmental perspective, from a I'm a cool gadget person perspective, it's the latest technology. I'm also buying an electric car and doing all those other things, and I can afford it. But now what's happened is, as the solar costs have come down and down and down, we're starting to get into this issue. In fact, some places, Hawaii, for instance, whose rates are about 4 times higher than everybody else in the country, they had to stop their net metering program for Hawaiian Electric because they had reached a penetration that was no longer affordable to continue. Nevada has changed their rules dramatically because of such an influx. And so what's happening is, as it grows, it's becoming an issue. And I have been accused of being anti-solar, and I'm just not. My response to that is generally I'm pro-cost. And what I'm talking about here is purely on a cost of service basis and sort of a technical and financial basis, not, and I have nothing against solar. I think it's, nor do I have anything against wind. They have their place. But I don't think that my 300 kilowatt hour per month 87-year-old mother should be subsidizing the person who puts solar on their rooftop. So, other questions on this before I get into the specifics of your report? Travis just thought that this might be a helpful intro. Yes?
Does it make sense, if you go back to the duck curve, to penalize or incentivize solar that doesn't go down below the?
It doesn't go below?
Yeah.
The thing is that, maybe that takes away sort of a zero load factor, but the same thing is happening even here. I mean, it's sort of like, at what level is it, so now, okay, I've avoided the zero, but I still have some 15s.
Yeah. It minimizes.
It softens the blow, but it doesn't necessarily fix the issue. It just takes away sort of the bigger issues. On the other hand, I don't believe you have any, you could say, well, we just won't, buy this, if you will. Or one of the options, and we'll get into it, is to buy this piece at a different price rather than full retail. Because one of the things is you can't, in my opinion, stop people from doing any of this. Everybody has the right, I believe, to put solar on their roof and to self-generate, just like they have the right to put in LED lights and conserve energy, just like they have the right to put in more insulation and conserve energy, just like they have the right to turn their air conditioner off and have less energy. So everybody has the right, I believe, to self-generate. My issue in particular is what's happening with this piece on a cost of service basis and then the inherent subsidy that exists. Yeah.
So I was going to make a comment earlier and you had more to present. So I can make the comment now if we're going to get into the city-specific things.
Sure, yes.
Okay. If you go back to your blue and red curve where there was that one giant spike, and obviously, that's kind of an exaggeration.
Oh, yeah, it was. I find extremes to help in making explanations.
So the red is Dr. Frankenstein, who, is
it's the guy who has an arc welder that once a month he makes something in his garage.
Or Edison, or
Yeah.
Frankenstein, that's the one he flips the switch and he's trying to.
Yeah, but he used lightning, so.
Yeah. He didn't have a good grid to use. That's okay. But the point is if he's a community conscious person, he's going to do that at night when the rest of the city isn't using it much, and so there's excess demand. So my point is the one thing that the load factor doesn't take into account, the load factor calculation doesn't take into account, is when that energy is used. If you had a whole bunch of people like the red curve people, and their spikes didn't coincide with each other, then the system as a whole doesn't need to provide 5 times all of them. It's just as long as they
right. And let me address that. First of all, let's have this discussion and ignore generation and ignore fuel completely.
Yeah.
Let's say any of the issues that happen to UMPA and the generation piece is their problem. So let's just look at the city. Okay. So now when it's used is kind of irrelevant as well, because the closer I get to the customer, let's think about this.
Okay.
The service transformer on your house. I have to, if you're going to be here, you have to have 5 kW of service transformer capacity. And that doesn't matter if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday or 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Because the closer I get to your sort of utility all by yourself once I'm just outside your home, And so what happens is, if you look at the local system, when you start at the substation, okay, that's much more about sort of the overall demand. But the closer I get to the customers, the less the system demand is important and the more the individual demands of the customers are. So, you know, even within, because I'll tell you a perfect example of where this has come up. There are places where in a wealthy neighborhood, a number of neighbors all buy electric cars and they're all charging them at night. So intuitively you go, well, that's at night. And all of a sudden you've got a service transformer problem, because now all of a sudden I've got these 8 homes in this neighborhood who are all putting an additional 5 or 8 kW of demand on the little microsystem of the neighborhood in the middle of the night. And the system peak that happens during the day is irrelevant, because now all of a sudden I got to go and make investment because they're stressing just sort of their little micro neighborhood system. So the thing is we talk about there's lots of demands on the system. There's the peak demand of the entire utility. There's the demands of individual areas, which can be different if they're industrial, commercial, or residential. And then as I get closer and closer to customers, then there's the individual demands of each individual customer. And all of them have an impact on some kind of fixed investment.
Okay. So, yeah, rolling from flat brownouts happen, you know, that on a larger scale, and that's because everyone is hot days, hot hours, and so they have a very good point about the closer you get to the customer, the more that averaging doesn't matter. And so I appreciated what you said at the end, which is kind of starting to talk about time of day pricing, because that is the one thing I don't see in that load factor calculation is kind of that time of day. And
then let me, okay, and that's actually, the time of day is a nice point. So let's think about this, because one of the things that I've often heard is, well, we'll just go to time of day pricing, right? Actually, it makes the problem worse than better. So let me show you why here. If I have time of day pricing, when is the most expensive energy then? No, when is the
evening?
No, actually on a time of use basis, if you look at the utility world, this is not necessarily the most expensive hour because it's just one customer. For utility, in the world of utilities, when you look at time of use pricing, when are the most expensive hours in a typical time of use price? They're not at 9 p.m.
11 a.m.
They're during the day.
10 p.m.
Because when you look at the system, when you look at the world, all right, because the market, the most expensive hours to serve are generally between like noon and 6. Are the most expensive hours to serve, now, not actually for you guys because you're buying all of your power from UMPA without a time of use component, but like if you track market prices on a real-time basis, the most expensive hours are always during the day. It just is. So what happens is, if I go to retail time of use pricing, what happens is, this is when my most expensive prices are, and that's what they're avoiding. So now my loss of revenue associated with the solar is higher because my rates are higher during the day. And then the credit that they're getting here is even higher. And when they apply that credit then out here, these rates are even lower, and they get more than a 1-for-1 on a kilowatt hour basis credit, if you will, because if these hours are 40% more expensive than those, one of these kilowatt hours will cover 1.5 of them.
No, I didn't realize that. I thought that was backwards. I thought that was the whole point of the duck curve, is that people were generating when it was cheap. And
No, we're generating when the sun is shining.
right.
Yes. And this is just just so we understand, this is a load curve of a typical residential customer. It's not a cost curve of a utility.
That's good to know.
Yeah. There's a lot of weeds to get into the more you get into this, the more you understand, actually you find the more there is to talk about. Yes, sir.
Some people don't understand why, gee, I'm producing electricity, why don't you just credit my bill at the same rate? And I said, well, you're generating electricity just like somebody else that we could buy it from. And why should we pay retail when we buy it normally at wholesale?
here's the example I like to give that to sort of regular people, because they would say, if my net use of energy is 0, my bill should be 0, right? I mean, but let's just sort of step back and talking to my artist son, right? And if your net was 0, he would say then your bill should be 0. And a lot of the world would say, yeah, sure. But then I asked them, I said, well, do you have like cable television? Yeah. How much do you pay? Let's say it's $60 a month. So what if you never turn your TV on? How much do you pay? When you're never watching TV, shouldn't your bill be 0? Mm-hmm. If you never turn the TV on, no, it's still $60. Well, that's because, quite frankly, it's all fixed cost. It's like you have a cell phone, right? What do you pay for your cell phone? $100 a month. What if you never make a call? What if you turn it off and put it in a drawer, which anybody in the world now would probably have apoplectic shock if they did that. But what's your bill? $100 a month. Really? You never used the phone. You didn't access the internet. You didn't make a phone call. You didn't send a text message. You didn't update Facebook. Why is the bill 0? Because it's all fixed cost. Same thing is occurring in the electric industry. When we've got this issue, even if it's somebody who goes on vacation for a month and decides that they're going to really save money and they turn off the breaker to the house and they leave, while their bill is 0, the cost to have them connected is not 0 because there's so much fixed cost in our system. But, you know, that's just something that, I mean, who thinks about that other than weird people like me? So, you know, that's kind of the issue that we've got.
So getting back to my observation or explanation to the guy who says, hey, you know, why don't you just pay me the same rate that I'm being charged? Well, that's a retail rate.
Right.
And then you brought up the fact that, boy, in the middle of the day, if we pay him 10 cents a kilowatt, and then he gets to cash it in later when the retail price is down in the middle of the night, he's coming way ahead.
Well, think about it this way. For Provo, what's the UMPA bill is what percentage of your total revenue requirement?
Oh,
60, 65?
Yes, 40 out of 70.
70?
40 out of 70.
What? Give me a rough percentage.
70%.
70%, okay. So let's say the UMPA bill is 70% of your revenue requirement, right? And that's the generation of demand and energy, okay? The thing is, the other 30% in that 10.5 cents, so you could say, well, 60 to 70% of that is kind of the cost of energy. The rest of it is the local system, all of which is fixed cost, all of it. You don't have $1 of expense outside of the UMPA bill that varies based on kilowatt hours. I mean, that's just a fact for almost all utilities like you. If your energy use went to 0 across the board for a couple of days, none of the local expenses would change. Your UMPA bill would change, but none of the local expense would change. Even your people are all fixed cost, really. All of your vehicles, all of the buildings, certainly all of the infrastructure. And that's part of the issue, is that bill is only 60% kind of energy, and the rest of it is all the local service. And in this case, what they're really wanting is they're wanting that free, that local, that battery service, if you will.
So how do you charge them for the base cost, the fixed cost?
We have some options.
And also charge the person who's gone for a month a fixed charge. I mean, you're not looking just at solar, you're looking at anyone who shuts down their power for an extended period of time, right?
Yeah. Now there's always been a bit of, well, one of the things is across our industry, most of the customer charges are quite frankly way too low. I mean, I've been dealing with that for 32 years, and it's just sort of a common thing. One of the reasons that we don't like to raise customer charges in our industry is because of my mom. The minute you want to raise customer charges, everybody talks about 87-year-old widow who uses 300 kilowatt hours, and you're going to give her a 20% rate increase when you raise her customer charge from $4 to $8. So it's always been a problem. We've always been reticent to change customer charges. It's just one of those things that we've had to deal with. That's one of the issues, and The other thing is to remember, there's always been a little bit of, there's always subsidies. There's lots of them going on, in the weeds in our service to our customers. The thing is this is becoming a fairly significant one as a lot more people are starting to do this, and it's much bigger than just a couple of bucks here and there, which is what we kind of get going on other ways.
We do have people leave for 2 years here too. They'll leave for 2 years and,
I live in Minnesota. I know very well. We have, our population drops by about 20% in the winter.
Yeah.
And actually, an aside, one time at a utility meeting when I was suggesting that we raise customer charges, one of the things said, well, what about the snowbirds who leave? They're going to hit them with this huge rate increase. And I just made the point. I said, if they can afford to go south for the winter, they can afford an extra $4 a month. And,
I didn't see huge increases though in the thing when you presented at the end of your presentation.
That's because you picked those rates before I got involved.
Oh. Sorry about that. To your final, but that.
So let's get into the report a little.
You want to go to the Provo report?
Yes. A couple of things that I'm just going to sort of mention before we get into it. And ultimately, where I want to start up here, let's get to page 4 of section 2. Yeah. So let me just talk real briefly about what we did. So there's a couple of pieces. In section 2, what we've done is we've made a projection of your operating results and your cash reserves with the assumption that your rates aren't changing. And this is even the rate change that you have already decided on that's going into effect in a couple of weeks. But we said if rates didn't change at all, and the reason that we do that is to get a sense of how much money the utility needs on a general basis. We then get into what we call cost of service, where we're examining the cost to serve different kinds of customer, residential, commercial, industrial, and looking at how much revenue you're getting from those groups of customers compared to the cost to serve them. It also helps us with some rate design issues like the customer charge. And so I'll be getting into some of that. And then we get into the rate design portion. Now, as I said, you've already made one decision, but I also have some other recommendations for things to consider in the future relative to rate design. So,
And that one doubled.
yes.
That recommendation doubles.
Yeah. So one of the big things that we've got, this is just the capital improvements. Well, another thing is, one of the things that impacts your projected operating results is the fact that BYU is going to put in some self-generation of 15 megawatts. And we also address that in here because what you'll see in the next table we're going to look at is a big reduction in revenue because we've gotten the assumption that they're putting this facility in and self-generating an awful lot of their energy. And so obviously that makes a big difference on the sales that you're making. And again, on a local basis, again, ignore UMPA, your cost basis doesn't change. BYU starts self-generating 15 megawatts and generating a lot of energy, but your local fixed cost doesn't change one bit. And I'm going to get into that specifically in a minute. But the capital improvements, you see this really big number here, this 25 million. This is the new building, which you bonded for. And then it's, it goes down from about 8 million down to just under 4 million going out in the future. But that's important. So we're going to go ahead and go to the next page. So this looks at the projected operating results with existing rates. And these are fiscal years. And again, this is without the July 1st rate increase that's already been decided. And what you can see is, actually what we have is that you can see how we go from 76.5 million down to 74, down to 72. That's what's showing what's happening is the BYU self-generation and the assumptions that we've got is happening, that revenue is going down. We are seeing a bit of a decrease in operating expenses as well. That's because of less purchases from the agency for wholesale power to serve that BYU load. Then we've got, these are all of the operating expenses, including the UMPA bill. Some non-operating expenses, city transfers, and then we ultimately get this, we don't use this word in the municipal world, but we'll call it profit. Margin, net in change position, which starts at 2.3 million, but then by the end of the period is down to a negative 1.5 million. And if you look at that as a percentage of revenue, we go from about 3% ultimately to about -2%. And obviously you can't function very long with negative operating revenues. Next page, please. The other thing that's critical is what happens relative to your cash reserves, sort of below the line. That was an operating statement. So what we've got is, now this is an overly high balance right now because the bond dollars are in there. You borrowed the 25 million, 20 million, and so that's in this number. But then you can see the big capital expense here that brings that down. But basically what's happening is we look at an end of year balance. So we have our beginning balance plus our change in net position plus our depreciation, because we have an operating expense depreciation, which is a non-cash item. So while that's in the operating results, we can add that back in on the cash reconciliation, taking out capital improvements and taking out the principal payments on the new debt, because only the interest payments on debt are in the operating expenses. We then get this ending balance, which we're going then from about 33% of revenue down to about 19% of revenue with no rate changes as an ending balance. 19% of revenue for a utility your size is, in my opinion, is much too low for cash reserves. I think the combination of the operating results and the examination of cash reserves certainly shows a requirement for more revenue, part of which you've already addressed with the rate increase that you're going to be doing. Before we move into the cost of service questions here.
You said 19 is too low. How do you feel about 33? Is that
33 is, one of the big questions I always get is, how much should cash reserves be? When you look on a percentage of revenue, the bigger the utility, the lower percentage of revenue you need. For instance, we did this for all 6 of the UMPA members. So the percentage for Levan, with 350 customers, is much different than the percentage for you folks. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% is an area that I would recommend for a utility your size.
Okay. Travis, what have we normally been running?
Policy is 25.
Yeah, I thought it was 25%.
We're looking for that 90-day thing.
90 days, yeah.
And then cash in hand, so it's 25%.
And, you can go, especially for utilities that are purchasers of wholesale power, because if something big happens, like BYU self-generating, a good portion of expense goes away. So, I'm not uncomfortable with this number, particularly, since 60% of your expense is kind of somebody else, that if there's some big loss of sales, a big chunk of expense goes away as well, as opposed to somebody who's got a lot of their own generation and has that fixed expense, then I would, I recommend even higher levels. So there's a lot of variables in that number. And the policies that you want to set as a community. The other thing is some communities look at their total reserves because we've got lots of departments. And while the utilities might not be very high, but maybe in some other departments is higher and so on. So there's a lot of things to consider on a reserve basis. 19 is under your 25, certainly.
Ownership versus purchase contracts makes a difference in that balance too.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Then we move into the cost of service. So as we get into section 3, in order to, I actually have to be in Spanish Fork, so we're going to move along. I'm going to go to page 6 of this. This is the results of the cost of service analysis. And some of the things that are important to notice here. So this is the percentage of the cost to serve for each class, what came out of the cost of service analysis. This is actual revenues received. So for instance, residential, it's 38.7% of the cost to serve, and you're getting 35.1% of the revenue from that class. Some of these numbers, for instance, you've got this time of use, which is a closed class. It is so small, that can be ignored. I would ignore the highway lighting and the private lighting. The real issues come around the residential, the general service, distribution and primary, and the high voltage, which is BYU. Now, when you make the comparisons over here, general service primary is really spot on relative to cost versus revenue. But what we're seeing here is that essentially the high voltage and the residential are being subsidized by the general service distribution. Yes.
Who is the general service distribution?
Commercial customer.
Commercial.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. The difference is primary are connected at a higher voltage, as is the high voltage is connected at transmission voltage, which is BYU. So, and it's not unusual. The most common subsidies I ever see are always commercial to residential, and you've got that, I will say again. And what's interesting is, and I'll mention now, is part of the rate change that you made where you've raised basically these two by 2% and these folks by 6%, does address some of this issue right here. In other words, that higher level to the high voltage in the rate adjustment that you did was warranted. Also, I would say that there would have been a warranted a little bit higher in residential, but we don't always want to do that since those are nice voters and people and neighbors and friends and so on. So let's go into section 4. At the end of this section, there is all kinds of numerical detail for anybody who wants to get a headache relative to cost of service analysis. So you've implemented a rate increase that's going into effect the 1st of July, which was basically 2% for everybody except 6% for the high voltage. So this now represents those new rates. So fiscal 16 doesn't change, but now what happens is we basically get to break even at 2020 rather than the where we were negative. And I do have to admit to, please ignore, those 4 numbers are wrong. Or excuse me, that's on the next table. Next table, sorry. Get ahead of myself. But what happens is you'll see that these revenues go up and the transfer goes up. These expenses stay the same. And what happens is that the bottom line improves because you've raised rates. Let's go to the next. Now the reserves, these numbers here are actually the old ones. You should see that while this number carries, that number should carry up there, and that is not the right number. But these numbers are correct. Now, instead of 19%, we're at 27 at the end of the period. So if you have a policy of 25 with that, the rate increase that you've implemented, this shows that based on the assumptions that we've got in the study, that you still would be above the 25% through fiscal 2020, given the rates that you've already approved and are going into effect.
When you say already approved, are you including the next 4 years, or is that just this year?
That's just this year. There are some increases from that we project from UMPA, right?
And they're in here.
Okay.
They are in there. Okay.
Yes, we did. UMPA did give us what they wouldn't guarantee, but their best guess that I dragged out of them relative to future rates. And those are already built into the expenses going forward. They're showing that they're going to keep their demand rate flat and they're going to be raising their energy rate going forward.
We were projecting, or we were anticipating small rate increases over the next few years as well. Is that also built into this?
Nope. This only has just the one July 1st rate. And so it continues, those rates continue through the study period.
Increasing expenses, but not
Yes.
increasing the planned increased rate.
No increase in rates other than the one that's going into effect. Right.
So have you figured in the solar then coming in at a higher rate?
No, actually, relative to right now, your solar is not significant. Okay, and so we haven't made some assumption relative to a lot of a big increase in that. And to a certain extent right now, it's really rounding error in your residential sales. It's more of an issue of what happens going forward, and we have not made a projection relative to what we think might be the increased saturation of rooftop solar.
So you haven't changed the fixed charge in these rates?
Right.
Fixed charge remains the same?
Well, as approved by you, correct. Yes. Now, some rate design adjustments that are talked about in the text. One is that The proposed customer charge, it mentions it right down here, at $657 per month is going to be the new customer charge for residential. The cost of service says it could be as high as $13.58. So we're basically making the recommendation that going forward, as you need to make adjustments in rates, if you focus in the residential class with more of it on the customer charge, quite frankly, than the energy charge, there's a cost of service basis for doing that. The policy basis is always up to you folks to decide that. But that basis does exist to see more increase in the customer charge than the energy charges relative to residential. There's also in the future that you could have higher, just like you did in this last one for high voltage, you could have higher increases for residential than for commercial. Because that is also justified by the cost of service analysis. But again, that's a policy decision that all governing bodies like you need to make relative to the things that impact your desires on what you do with rates. Go to the next page. We also address, just like the issue of solar and over-generating and so on, or still setting a demand, self-generators, big self-generators like BYU, no generation is 100% reliable, none. So what's going to happen is every once in a while, 2-3 times a year, both for planned outages, for maintenance, as well as for unplanned outages, that BYU generator is going to go down. And then they're going to need to buy from the system. And they're going to need the substation capacity, the transmission capacity, and all that other infrastructure serving them. They need it there. And in fact, they kind of need you to reserve it for them, because at the times that their generation goes down, now the same problem that we've got with solar, they're not buying from you on a monthly basis. They're only going to buy from you for a few days a year potentially. So what happens is your regular rate doesn't work anymore. And so for large, like we're looking at a 15 megawatt generator for them, what most utilities will do is have what's called a backup rate. Now, what we've looked at is just the backup rate for local infrastructure. It doesn't include the power piece, which UMPA would have to get involved with that. In fact, I'm having a meeting with the UMPA staff about that issue tomorrow. But we've taken the local infrastructure cost of BYU, looked at it on a backup rate basis. Basically, what would it cost for you folks to reserve the system so that when their unit goes down, they can have access to the system to keep the lights on. And what we've come up with is $1.43 per kW month as a system reservation charge, and it's in the text right here. And based on 15 megawatts, that essentially is $21,515 per month is what the bill to them would be for 15 megawatts of local system backup service. That basically includes all of the local expenses associated with service to them, except for the transfer to the city's general fund. So this, right here, it says this does not include any provision for the lost transfer to the city's general fund associated with service to BYU. So that's an important issue. And jump all the way now to page 8, and let's talk about some net metering. So we've come up with, there's 6 different alternatives for approaching this net metering issue with distributed generation. One is your current policy, where they get full retail credit for their energy, particularly with regards to what they export during times when they're over-generating. Another is, when this first came up, a lot of folks in the industry said, well, we just need a higher customer charge. Just have a higher customer charge. Well, and it's important here, because net metering legislation doesn't apply to you folks currently, you can treat net metering solar distributed generation customers differently than regular residential customers. Most of the country you cannot. So if you want to do a higher customer charge for distributed generation, you have to do it for all customers. And jumping to 25 or 30 bucks just doesn't fly in most instances, although I've seen customer charges as high as 45, but those are special cases. One of the things we've looked at is a higher customer charge. Basically, we've put all of the local expense for the residential class for an average residential customer, which for you folks, I don't have it on the table. I think it was 4.5 kW. Anyway, it's not important at this point. But for an average residential customer, excluding wholesale power, all the local costs would be $26.95 per month. And then the energy cost, the 6.474 cents, that represents basically the UMPA bill. So what you'd have is now, if a net metering customer is on this rate, the credit that they get is only equal to the wholesale cost of power and energy. And they'd be paying an average customer share of all the fixed costs through a much higher customer charge. So that's one option. Yeah.
You said earlier that our future base is going to be $6.57. Now, that could be as high as 13 something.
Yes, but that's just the customer portion of revenue requirement and not the local demand portion. This is all of the local expenses.
Okay.
All right?
And what was the 13 again?
It's
It's
just
just customer.
That's this, okay. Thank you.
Retail demand.
All right, so when we get into if, in the cost of service analysis, basically what we said is, okay, we took all the demand costs for the residential class divided by estimated demand sales to customers like that, all of the customer-related costs divided by number of customers, and all of the energy-related costs divided by kilowatt hours. This is a retail, cost-based retail demand charge where here's the $13.58. And here's $7.57 per kW month for demand. Now that's both a portion of the UMPA demand as well as local fixed costs. And then 3.5 cents for the energy, which is basically the energy portion of the UMPA bill. If you had this kind of a structure, now what happens, you think about the duck curve, they're gonna pay for their demand and they'll only get credits on the energy portion, which is about 1/3 of what your current rate is on an energy basis. So they would still pay demand, they pay a higher customer charge. So basically all of the local fixed costs are being collected in these two, and they're only basically getting wholesale energy. And this is why a lot of large commercials don't do net metering, because their rates already look like this. And if they're only getting 3.5 cents instead of 10 cents, obviously the payback on putting in a solar installation is a much different bargain. Another way of addressing this is looking at what we call a system access charge. If a customer is going to put in a 5 kW solar facility, we're going to bill them for accessing 5 kW of my local fixed expense. They're going to pay to connect their generator to the system. So this represents the difference between the $7.57 per kW month and this $2.88 is the UMPA portion. This is the fixed local portion of costs of just the system. It's not customer related costs, of system related costs represented on a demand cost basis. So if I put in a 5 kW solar, I get full net metering basically, but I have to pay 5 times the $2.88 every month as a fixed cost as my access charge for connecting to the system and utilizing the system for that solar generation. Another option that some people have advocated for, which is not a favorite of mine, is going to a higher minimum bill provision. You'll notice that this $26.95 is the same number as that number. Basically, it's all of the local costs saying at a minimum, you're going to pay this much. The reason I don't like that is, one, my mom, whose bill is $20, all of a sudden sees the 27 if it's applied to everybody. And very large solar, their bill still might be that high. In other words, if they're not a net zero, if they're used to be a 4,000 kilowatt hour customer and now they're a 1,000, their bill is still going to be higher than that, and so you're not going to impact them in any way. And the last option, this feed-in tariff, you'll notice that this number is the same as that number. This number represents wholesale power cost, demand and energy. And this would only be applicable, if you think back to the duck curve, to that portion of energy that is below the line. Anytime they're exporting energy to the system, you would only pay them the wholesale power cost rather than full retail. So these are the options, and for each of the UMPA members, we've done a cost basis, the exact same options. I also did it for Murray, and within the next month, I'll be finishing it for Lehigh and for Payson and for Brigham. And I'm actually meeting with Bountiful tomorrow about maybe doing it for them. And like I said, you know, and the other thing to remember is that some of these require different metering than what a lot of folks might have. So you have to take that into consideration as well. But I would say that there are pros and cons to all of these. And so, you know, I think it's a work in progress that on a policy perspective, as a bunch of municipal utilities, I think that it's going to be important to talk these through and talk about, you know, kind of a united front in tackling this issue. Because the other thing is, what you don't want to do is fix this issue, but there are all kinds of other issues that we've got going on that you might, you know, it might cause more problems than the fixes that you make. So we got to be careful about unintended consequences as well. Yes?
With these alternatives, are there some that are advantage to Provo, say with Uthumpa, than these small little communities that are in Uthumpa that have a better alternative? I mean, are the pros and cons of the alternatives about the same for each community?
They're relatively the same, except now some of the larger communities, like you, are already moving forward with more advanced metering systems. You know, Spanish Fork is all got theirs pretty much all in place. So it's capable for them to do some of these, whereas Levan isn't going to be able to do this one or this one because they won't have the metering in place. So sometimes there's this physical aspect of that. And so that's about the only wrinkle. Otherwise, on a cost basis, it doesn't really matter. Because ultimately what you're talking about is that one customer and sort of fairness amongst that one customer to our others. And so it really doesn't matter if you've got 300 or 100,000 customers. The issue still is kind of the same.
Other questions? Thank you very much for the
Well,
presentation.
thank you.
Appreciate
I actually have a lot of energy, pun intended, around this issue. So I appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you folks again.
No, it's been very helpful.
And it's much smoother now that garlic left and I tried.
So, I guess the question is, do we want to have Travis come back with a suggestion on those options?
I would think that the Energy Board should look at it. And Travis.
Can I just say, we thought this would be a good educational experience. We figured this would be a good discussion, probably in September timeframe, September, October, to finalize it.
Okay.
There are some other options that Dave and I have discussed where we, like the 288 demand charge with the 6.7 cent energy charge and keep the base rate and slowly increase that. That's probably what I think is probably the most fair. So it would be like you pay 288 for a demand, and that's because we're putting the new metering out, we can measure those demand for each solar customer, but then they still get a higher energy rate with their solar. And so it's not penalizing them as much as some of the other rates. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, and I'd like to go over it with the meeting.
Okay.
When do we hope to have those meters done by?
Next year, probably next September. But we can put the meters on solar customers. We can do that as we
So
we can do those first and then get the rest of the customers as we go
And what
forward.
are we paying right now for the retail price to the solar customer?
We're paying a full whatever their cost is, so 10 to 12 cents. Because we have inclining rates, we pay them up to 12, 13 cents for the energy. And that's the issue. I don't go out on the market and pay 12
No,
cents
you
for
don't.
energy. I go out on the market and pay six.
I was
6.5
mentioning that
cents.
to someone yesterday, and they said, well, the most we've ever gotten is 8.5 cents. But we were paying between 10 and 12.
It depends what tier they're in. If
Yeah,
they're
depends
high
on the
users
tier.
and they're at the top tier, that's
Okay.
very expensive. Like a medium for low users and have solar.
Right,
Would
because
be a lower rate.
it's that inclining rate, remember, 8,
Right,
10, 12.
Right.
But remember, any solar customer of any size, the first energy they'll replace is the top tier.
That's right.
So that's why,
So the most expensive hours are the ones
Okay.
that they replace first.
Right.
so we put in a rate for conservation and then encourage more solar.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, there's clearly gonna be a lot more discussion on this topic, so we'll just wait for you to bring that through SIRE then, when you're ready for that.
Yes, and
discussion. Okay, that'd be good, thank you. And thank you as well, Mr. Byrd. The next item is a discussion on the fifth amended interlocal cooperative agreement for the Heights Street Authority. And this will be presented by Budget College, Safety Program Coordinator.
Afternoon, council members, members of the administration. Thanks for letting me come and discuss this today. What I'll do, my presentation is very short. There's not a lot of information here, but give a brief, maybe 10, 15 second background of the interlocal cooperation agreement that we have, that Provo City has with Utah County for the operation of the Ice Sheet Authority. And then I'll kind of talk a little bit about the why there's a need to make a change to the this agreement, why we're talking about a fifth amended agreement. So as far as the kind of a quick background with the interlocal agreement, back in 1996, the city decided that it was, and some of you may have been here, may have more information than me on this point, but my understanding was it was decided by the city council and the county commission that it would be beneficial to both entities to have a venue here for the Olympics. And so it was decided to enter into an interlocal agreement for the building of what we now know as the Ice Sheet Authority, which is, you know, straight up Center Street as we go around. The first interlocal agreement was entered into in April of 1996. Some changes happened, some needs were changed. A second interlocal agreement was entered into in December of 97. This is on the Provo City side. The county commission adopted it usually within a month of when we adopted. The third went into effect in May of 1998. And the fourth, which is the one we are currently operating under, went into effect in February of 2000. So this has been the longest running interlocal agreement. But what has happened is in the last 16 years, a lot of things have changed with the Ice Sheet Authority. We are no longer servicing debt, my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Dan.
There's no debt.
No debt right now with the Ice Sheet Authority. That's been a big change in the last 16 years. Another big change in that is that is in the fourth amended interlocal agreement that we're operating under is we used to have a private entity that was essentially kind of a part of this cooperation agreement. They're no longer a part of that, and the Ice Sheet Authority is currently being operated by, and since, from what I understand from Scott, since about November of 2008, our Parks and Recreation Department has been running the Ice Sheet Authority. That's not in our agreement. That's one of the reasons we needed to have a fifth interlocal agreement. That's one of the biggest reasons. There are really two. One being we need the interlocal agreement to reflect what we're actually doing, how we're currently operating. So that's been the biggest change. The other change that you'll see in the fifth amended interlocal agreement is the section of the agreement that deals with the termination of, should either entity decide, and I'll put this out there, it's my understanding that neither Provo City nor Utah County has any interest at this point of getting out of this agreement, but because we're implementing a new agreement, there have been some changes to the Utah Code that require that we go into further detail with this termination, the outlining of how termination would occur. So that's the other large change between the two agreements. Does the council or administration have any questions that I will Just to let the council know, this has been reviewed by the city attorney, Robert West. It's been reviewed by the mayor, approved by both those individuals. This agreement went to the county commission on June 14th. It was passed by the commission and signed by the commission at that time.
I missed the part where you talked about the powers of the board. Is that, that's not a change in who sits on the board and what our powers as a city as far as making board decisions?
Correct. There's been no change as to that with regard to what their powers are or how they're appointed. There is one minor change essentially. It's not really a substantive change with regard to the board, and that is it spells out a term for a board member. If they're not an elected official, then it spells it out to be 4 years, but that can be by the appointing entity, that can be re-upped for another 4 years or for another period or however long that entity sees fit.
And previously there wasn't a term limit.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Pat. Appreciate it.
I
Do we need a motion to move this to a council meeting?
That'd probably be best just to move it on to the, I mean, leadership can always add it, but.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren and.
I did have one question. Why did we go from a private to, how did we take that back? What happened? Was it the same kind of situation with the golf course that we were, how we could do a better job, or that was not working as well? Was it similar? Why did you end up with that?
Yeah, that's my description, but it's pretty tumultuous, when it was under private management, and the satisfaction of the customers, the people utilizing the rink, didn't seem to be at a very high level. So they were coming to the ice sheet authority and requesting a change. So it was really, I guess the best way to describe it was kind of an uprising amongst that user group. So,
yeah, I can just mention when I came on the board just as the city was taking back the operational responsibilities for the ice sheet. And I actually went through it at that point when it was kind of at the end of the period of time that a private party was managing it. And it was in really bad shape. A lot of deferred maintenance. The carpets and the flooring material outside the rinks were all shredded up. In my opinion, the chillers have not been properly maintained at that point in time. They've recently been replaced with much more efficient equipment. But there were a number of deferred maintenance issues that were showing through that the private party was just not managing.
Similarly with our golf course members.
Very similar experience with that.
Thank you.
There's quite a story that would be good for the ice sheet to tell, and I'm wondering, we probably don't have time today, but when this comes to council, we task Tucker or Scott with a little update about what's happening out there and where they've come from and where they are. It really is a pretty amazing story. Tucker does an incredible job out there, and the whole team. And I don't know if you're okay with that, but I'd love to have 10, 15 minutes built into this be a good time. And I don't know if at some point to actually get you all out there for a work session is a possibility, but it really is a pretty amazing facility.
Are you comfortable with the wording of the agreement as far as your participation in what you're doing? Do you feel comfortable with the wording of the agreement as it is now?
We had a chance to go over it with Brian and Robert, and we've covered a lot of this is very similar to what we've been operating under for a long time. So it really just notes what's currently happening.
No concern. Okay. So there's motion to move this to, we have to have the date specific.
I don't think we have to. I think the motion was to move it to the next council meeting. Is that right?
Is that your motion?
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
To the July 15th.
Okay. And there's a second by Mr. Van Buren. Any more discussion? All in favor? The voting is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. The next item is a discussion on updating the explanatory text for the 2016 Council priorities. So, discussion will be led by Councilmember Attorney.
Thank you very much. It's only been a few months, so hopefully it's still kind of fresh on our minds. Basically, beginning of the year, we set out to determine some priorities. That process evolved a little bit, and it was suggested that we have some priority sheets that explain somewhat of our priorities. I wrote several of them, and so I'm not sure other people's perspectives when they wrote theirs, but I wanted to get something down on a piece of paper and was hopeful that there would be a lot of discussion and kind of collaborative work to get it well polished. But with everything that was going on, I felt like someone had just said, "Oh, that's good enough. Let's go with it." Since then, we had our 9 priorities, but I don't think they've been placed anywhere. I guess it's on SIRE. Like the final version really hasn't been published out to the public. There's been times where I'm trying to think to myself, like, okay, what are the 9 that we have? And when people ask, in the public, it's kind of hard to point them to a place where they can learn about what our priorities are. This came up again as the tentative budget was tentatively approved, and we kind of asked ourselves, how did we, how do we want to present it to the public? We made a change to the sheet that was put into the budget that lists the 9, and at the bottom we had the idea of, well, what if we put a URL there so help the ones learn more that there was a place for them to go. And we decided to put that URL on there, even though the website didn't exist at the time, because it hadn't been posted yet, and there was some discussion on, well, do we want to do any final polishing before we send it out? So with that kind of background, we have our policy sheets, the document that was approved February, March of this year. And then I believe Karen sent a couple of additional documents out that have some revisions. I believe there was one that went out at the end of last week that had some revisions, and then after a little more work, a new one went out. I believe that was yesterday, as well as some documents that kind of that highlight the difference between versions, just so you can kind of see what the proposed changes are. So I did a lot of the updating. Karen did a lot as well, and I don't know if other ideas from other staff or council members were added in. I know when I went through it, I was trying to keep things with kind of the intent. It was kind of a minimalist approach to editing. I did want to get all the formatting consistent throughout. Also, I came into it with a strong desire that no priority sheet would be more than a single page, single side of a single sheet of paper. And we can have a discussion on how important that is, but to me that was very important. This is intended to quickly and clearly convey our intent to the public and not be a roadmap of how we were going to approach this. And I felt if we have 9 priorities and 9 sheets, that the public's more willing to scan through them, and it's a natural break. Okay, new sheet, new priority, new sheet, new priority. And if we have explanations that take more than a sheet to convey, I think it's less likely that the public's going to wade through it. So with that, I guess if maybe we could pull up the final. This looks like that's what we're looking at here.
Can we pull up the red line version?
The red line.
Yeah.
This is the red line.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we could start at the top. Previously we had. Yeah, perfect, right there. So previously we had kind of a cover sheet that, I don't know know if everyone can see, but look, just disappeared. It looks like this. Blue boxes. It has the Vision 2030 core values listed out, the 4 council values, and then priorities and desired outcomes was listed. And I thought that what was put together for the budget may be a little bit clear to the residents what we're getting at. So this sheet talks about the 4 city council goals. And then the second section lists out the 9 priorities, somewhat rewritten just so that there's parallelism in the structure of the phrases, and then it gets into, if you scroll down next to the next page. So the formatting looks a little bit different there, but
because it's in a Word document.
In a Word document. Okay. Some of the priority sheets had a council goal. Some of them didn't. And my argument was, I think about any council priority could be related to more than one council goal, probably even all 4. Most of it related to all 4. So I removed that section again, trying to keep it brief, and then reworded the priority and scroll down a little more. And then just some formatting changes, but really not much content there. Scroll down, again, formatting and just a little bit of wordsmithing, but not much on that one. Yes, scroll up.
Higher.
So the one that's faith, confidence, it's not like a full sentence, faith and confidence in.
So it's a pre-council process which the council has confidence in.
Oh, period.
Period, yeah. Or did all those periods get cut out?
I cut out the periods because they weren't all complete sentences, and I went for consistency.
Okay, and I put all the periods in to make it all consistent, but that's fine. I mean, again, some of these are just stylistic, and to me, the bigger thing is that they're consistent. I like them in, she liked them out. As long as they're consistent, that's fine. I guess a better way to say that, it would be a pre-council process in which the council has confidence, but so yeah, proper grammar, but yeah, that's, again, faith, confidence. I thought it was a better word. I'm pretty sure that I wrote that sentence in the first place, so I was comfortable making that change. Okay. General plan update. So this is one I believe that Karen did a lot of work on, and I really appreciate some of these. Again, they were almost stubs, and so she pulled out some of the definition of the general plan. I assumed it came from
the website.
The website.
Yeah.
Again, what is the general plan? So she added in a little bit more description up there for the first section. The desired outcomes, I believe most of that was just rewording to make it clearer. But I do think that there was some, the content, the meaning of it was changed a little bit. It wasn't just rewording.
The desired outcome of a plan for how Provo will accommodate population growth.
So originally the wording was a plan for how Provo accommodate population growth. So that was just a correction.
Right, and I'm just thinking after our discussion today, I mean, thought crossed my mind, it's a discussion for another day, but are we just going to allow all that growth to come to Provo? I mean, it's their water, their resources issues, you know, so I just don't know that I'm totally comfortable saying we're going to accommodate all the growth for it.
Yeah, and maybe there's a better word than accommodate, and I thought about that as I was reviewing this one more time. I was trying to think of a better word.
Address.
Address?
Or, yeah, because accommodate means we're going to accommodate it, we're going to make it happen. I don't know, in my mind, address.
And I don't know if that's something that, you know, it's hard to go through this word by word with a
Right.
vote, but I'd support address. I do think that we could have an hour-long discussion on that one word, but
Right.
with skipping over that conversation, I'd support changing accommodate to address. I don't know.
Is there anyone else that has concerns with that change?
Okay, can we make that change on the fly, or?
Karen,
I,
can you go close out of this document? Because I can just save it as, never mind.
oh, okay.
And I think that was kind of the problem the first time we went through this is we're talking big, almost policy things. Though these were priorities. We're not setting the policies, but we're talking about the policies we want to set. And words matter, you know, whether that's accommodate or address. And it could take a long time if we do this word for word. But I do appreciate, and I think I encourage anyone as you see things like that, you know, if there's small things that we can address without taking too much time, because the likelihood that we're going to circle back around and polish this even more later on, I don't think is very likely. So,
Could I speak to the definition issue on that one? Just
to
accommodate, the most appropriate one for this use, to accommodate is to fit in with the wishes or needs of, versus address, which the most appropriate one here would be to speak to a person, assembly, or something in a formal way. Those would be the two large definitions.
And that wasn't the meaning that I was to address, to look into. What's that? Manage.
Yeah.
Prepare for, address, manage.
I think manage is a better word.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Everybody else is good with that.
The only thing that I'm not sure that manage captures is that forward looking. That not only do we want to manage it as it happens, but we want to be setting things into place so that when it happens, so as it happens and as these things happen, that we're prepared for it.
So right now, maybe, I don't think manage is only reactive. I think the word manage is only reactive.
It's actually not. It's to be in charge of, to administer, to run. So it's proactive.
What if you said manage actual and predicted population growth? Adds an element of.
I appreciate the suggestion. I'd probably stick with manage. Again, we're trying to be succinct. Is everyone comfortable with that? Manage? Okay.
How many more pages do you have?
There's 9, and I think we're on the third one here. So the biggest change, I think, is just a rewording of, it breaks it out, I think, into 2 bullet points, trying to address, you know, that don't compromise the planning/design elements that make Provo City unique. I tried to reword that. I broke it into two bullet points. I think it captures the essence of what I was trying to get at. Budgeting to priorities.
This one just had a crazy random list at the front of it that didn't fit.
Those were intent statements.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit harder to kind of see what's going on with all the redlining.
Structure budget to reflect city priorities. I'm cheating, I'm using the final version.
Okay.
And that statement came from the priority-based budgeting group in defining what budgeting to priorities was.
And I'm trying to focus a little bit more on where, if there's anywhere where meanings were changed, because.
Yeah, and this one, I think we got a little bit more closer.
Well, and the only thing
Compare
with
the
this
two.
one is the budget committee approved this one. So they went through and wordsmithed structurally balanced general fund capital needs. That's something that the budget committee did, whether that's important or not.
Yeah, this one's all totally rewritten, so I think that makes the section needs a little more attention.
And I'm perfectly happy with, bringing this back in 2 weeks and just giving people more.
Let's do that. Let me take this back to the budget committee because we meet on Monday and we can look through those changes on the budgeting for priorities section. And then if they have any suggestions for the council, I can bring those back next time, if that's okay.
The goal was just, on that one, was just to make it more consistent in how the description worked under relationship to core values and goals.
Right. And
Wasn't to eliminate anything necessarily.
No, I understand that. But I think, I didn't have the red line copy, and so I'm trying to, anyway, I have both copies to compare. I read through both, but not side by side. So this is helpful, and I think if we bring that back in 2 weeks.
So my request would be that instead of just taking that document to the budget committee, show them some of the others so they understand the structure. That language was approved by the committee, but it's also already in budget containing statements. So there may be a different role of the budget containing statement and the priority sheet. So
I agree, and for some reason I'm not finding the red line. I'm not finding this copy in the emails that I was sent. So if I could get, and maybe
It just came I only sent it to you this morning. Because it was created in Google Docs originally. It handles how it shows changes in a less clear manner. So
okay. If we could if we could have copies somehow, or maybe we can just pull this up to the budget committee. But I would like to send this out to them before the meeting.
We'll send it to you.
The red line to actually work. I don't know and I'll look through my emails again and see, but if we can get this red line copied, all the budget committee. You don't see it either?
I can tell you there were 2 different emails that got sent to you today. We'll make sure this one gets sent separately after the meeting.
Okay. That would be helpful.
I'll just send that to the budget committee.
Yeah, budget committee members and just have them read that for discussion on Monday. And then we'll be better prepared for the next.
So the short title is housing. The longer title is encourage a healthy mix of housing. I believe this one was the longest one, and the first one was not able to get it down to 1. I went back and I worked on it and I got it down to 1 just by mostly removing some white space, and I think there was some redundancy that I eliminated. But then when I saw when it went out today, it still bled over onto a second page. I don't know if that's just a margins issue or whatever, but I do believe this wording can fit onto a single page. So some of the things that were scratched were listed in multiple places. Mostly wordsmithing. Can we scroll up just a little bit again? Okay, and then that one line that's scratched there was kind of a sub-list, and I think that
I'm not sure I understand.
that those could be just. Okay, Siri, music So anyway, so that's housing. Structure policy, basically we just I guess we gave up on the performance indicators. If someone feels strongly, and maybe if we've got 2 more weeks, maybe I'll see if I can circle back around and carve out some time to be thoughtful about what are some performance indicators. But I guess the suggestion coming from Karen based on, the change that she made was just to eliminate the section, because the passes that we've made previously, no one's come up with any performance indicators. I believe that's also on this next one. Skipping around a little bit. Okay, so had West Side Plan changed to West Side Development. I think that was more just consistency with what we had talked about in the things. Karen was great at filling in the kind of the background there. And then just chose to drop the performance indicators on that. And then our ninth and last is public engagement. Just tweaking the formatting a little bit and removing all those hard fought periods. Pretty good. Anyway, so that's generally where we're at, but it sounds like we'll come back in 2 weeks. So I encourage everyone to kind of look over and see. I think we'd be open to looking at any suggestions on any of these. I don't think any of them are really in the most polished state that they can be, and so I think all of them could benefit from more attention. But if we don't get around to it, I think that they're in a pretty good state now. I'd feel comfortable putting them up on our website, with or without more polishing. So,
Thank you, Mr. Harding, and thank you, Karen, for your work on this. And this, small amount of time spent on that. So appreciate you bringing that forward to us today, and we will bring that back in 2 weeks. We'll make sure we put that on our parking lot, or just a little reminder somehow to put that on the schedule for 2 weeks. Next item, actually, take a 5-minute break. Our recess is going to come back with the next item.
Yep. Did.
So we will go to item 8 now, and then we'll come back to item 7 in a minute. Item 8 is Provo City Community Development Department's request and amendment to section 14.34.300 of the Provo City Code to clarify restrictions on farm animals adjacent to residential zones. And this is being presented by Bill Pepperoni, Assistant Community Development.
So this ordinance amendment is intended to offer some additional protections or safeguards against residential properties that are adjacent to agricultural properties. Right now, generally in the city, RA properties, residential agriculture, are those that are next to residential, and those have got some limitations on animals, but that isn't always the case. We have some situations where A1 property, agricultural property, is adjacent to residential. And in those cases, the limitations of the RA zone don't exist. So the ordinance amendment is to the section of the code that talks about transitional development standards for uses of budding residential zones. It seemed like that would make sense to add language there. Much of what you see of that language is consistent or duplicative of the animal restrictions in the RA zone. Horses, bovine animals, poultry and rabbits, those limitations all come right out of the RA zone. But this also has some additional limitations the RA doesn't have in terms of location of barns, pens, corrals, coops, and then the pasturing of animals. We think that these amendments would address and arrest the problems that we've had with those conflicts in recent history. At the Planning Commission meeting, we had residents who were very involved in one of those situations, had read the ordinance and actually suggested some additional language which was added. So I think that this will fix that situation. But in saying that, I would also say that that's just our first step, I think, in this issue. I think community development needs to come back with a second step to this, in that in the agricultural zones, there is no limitation on animals whatsoever in terms of feedlots. So a feedlot could be 1 acre or 2 acres, and you could have an unlimited number of animals on that. We haven't had an enforcement problem with that, but that is a scenario that we should anticipate and would be one that we'd want to have some additional regulations on. So we think that this should go through on its own merits, but community development will come back in and ask for some changes in the agricultural zones, addressing feedlots and addressing fencing. The fencing requirements in the agricultural zones are very minimal. And that has turned out to be an issue in other areas also. We think that language needs to be bolstered. But that'll be a second ordinance amendment to come subsequent to this.
Mr. Connect.
So without having a map up here showing a sample area on the west side of Provo, if you have residential and you have the agricultural next to it, I could see conflict. But the question is, if their property goes for quite a distance away from the residential, it affects their whole property or their whole operation?
Yeah, I would suggest that, and Brian and I discussed that issue, that this language should be tightened so that it doesn't affect the entire parcel. It affects that boundary area, the 150 feet, not the entire parcel. And this language would leave that open to some disagreement, some interpretation. So we think that we should tighten that issue in this ordinance before it gets to you for a public hearing.
Thank you.
So that would address like the horses, no more than 4 horses per acre of land, but that would be only the portion that's within 150 feet of.
Yeah, in a buffer area, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Clarification, does any of these changes affect the RA zone? Or does? Okay. Okay, does not affect RA zone, it only affects zoned areas that are adjacent to residential. I spoke with a resident who lives in an RA, and he was very concerned that this was changing.
This is where any agricultural zone property, would we consider RA agricultural zoning or residential zoning? It's RA, residential agriculture. It splits the baby.
So you're not changing your answer?
So I'm,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's open to interpretation. I wasn't sure myself when I read it. So if the intent is to only apply.
like A1, then this should be more clear that it's A1. There.
Yeah.
Should be more clear to say A1.
Okay. Can I request that be considered before it's brought back? Okay, thank you.
So what's a minimum size of A1 parcel? I guess what I'm getting at is if it's 150 feet from any residential boundary line, does that squeeze someone's property to the point where they can't have any, they don't have enough room for animals that they currently have? Does that make sense?
We haven't done a parcel by parcel search. But there are parcels on the west side that are narrow north to south, which would fit into your question, would raise that question.
So.
How would you address that? I mean,
I would like to see which parcels, once we get the language firmed up, which parcels specifically are going to be impacted the most, like if they're very long and narrow, and so it affects the whole property really. If it's an isolated circumstance or if it's more common.
Okay, so to answer your question, Ms. Santiago, then the interpretation would be you would be limited on that 150 feet, and if you only had 50 feet remaining outside of that, the acreage of that 50 feet times the length of that would be your acreage, and you'd get animals based on that acreage.
and so if they currently have more animals, they would have to get.
No, this does not affect people with animals that are there now.
Okay, so
Let's
there's a
be clear on that.
grandfathering,
That's
there's a
right.
grandfathering
That's right.
portion to this, okay.
Could they replace, like, if someone has 6 horses, under this, they'd only be allowed 4. Can they replace, the horses as they die off, or as they die off, do they have to drop down to 4?
No, your non-conforming right is there. If you have 6 that's non-conforming and an animal dies, you can replace the animal.
Thank you.
So this is just for new ag in the area,
That's right.
not anything existing on properties.
That's right.
Wouldn't it affect though? I mean, there's a lot of agricultural ground now next residential zone. I mean, it's not gonna be new ag, it's existing ag. It would be a new building. Say they have agriculture, but they don't have a barn now, but
That's right.
this ordinance now will make them keep from building a barn within 150 feet of that boundary, right?
That's right. And if there are no animals there now and they're going to move animals on, that's going to affect it in that way. That's right.
So there's a major impact on a lot of people on the west side. I think we need, and I've got a number of phone calls, we've got some people here today, I've got some emails, or I don't know how we got the public, people that are really gonna be affected here.
The emails you received raised specific issues that we can, please forward that to me and let me.
Yeah. On our public hearing process, I don't know how to, but we're gonna do some education. There are people that are out there that thinking we're, changing on them and not giving them a chance to be able to halt, so. And I know why we're doing this. There has been problems with, are we gonna create a bigger problem then?
We've gone out and inventoried the livestock and didn't feel like we had that much livestock existing in the community right now that this was going to affect. But just saying those property owners may want to move.
I mean, they don't have horses right now, but, I mean, they have a farm and they decide,
I think we kind of maybe danced around this a little bit, but it seems like one of those things in recent history had to do with pigs, swine. Is that addressed in any of here? It seems like.
It is because it's not listed, it's not allowed.
Oh.
It's not an animal listed. Livestock shall only be permitted as follows.
Okay. Okay. All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
Are there other questions from Mr. Pepperoni? And I've received an email too, and I'll forward that on to you. If others have received emails of concerned citizens, you can forward that on to Mr. Pepperoni, and you can see if there's something that can be addressed within that. That would be really helpful.
Go on, a little question. On the third point, the horses say 4 horses per acre, then you get the poultry, rabbits, and show that there should be no more than 25 animals on the whole premise, no matter how many acres. Is that?
That's the existing language in the existing RA1 zone. So if that seems inappropriate, that would be fine to change it here, but then we probably ought to also change it there. That language has been in our code for decades. It is interesting that it allows 4 horses but only 2 cows. But that's the way the ordinance has been.
So I'm just reading some of that email, probably the same one we all got about someone that said his hen house would be within 150 feet of the property line, and he's not able to get it, farther away because it's probably narrow property, and sounds like he feels that it would restrict him to no more than 25 chickens. You're saying that it's grandfathered.
That would be grandfathered. And so to me, if anyone has a concern like that, what they should ask for from community development is a zoning compliance letter right now that documents what they have there now, so they can show that they are grandfathered. If I were them, I'd want that in writing.
But the negative is that you have to have it now. I mean, it doesn't give them an option.
Yeah, there's no.
If you decide to do chickens in here, if they don't have them right today, then.
Right, or build that barn or anything in the future.
Yeah, same as I was discussing with him, and his is, I believe, actually an RA. No,
He's got an RA. And we're not gonna change the RA, right?
We'll limit this to the agricultural zoned A1 zoned properties. So RA would not.
So as you went out and did sort of inventory, did you talk to people who own farms? And I guess you would have had to find that out.
We just went sent planners out to canvass the area and count animals.
Okay, so not necessarily conversations with the owners, just
Right.
finding animals. Let's see. Are there any other questions for Mr. Pepperoni? Okay. Do you want to just let me know when you're ready to do we want to bring this to the public meeting now to have a motion to move it to a public meeting? Or do you want to go back and figure those things out and then come to me?
I would say if you're going to set a public meeting, it shouldn't be the next one, probably the one after that. Because I think this will require more analysis than what we need in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So whichever you like.
Know when you're ready?
That'd be fine.
Or do you want a motion to do that? Either way is fine. I'll put it on the schedule when you're ready, so.
We'll tell you when we're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll go back to item 7, a follow-up discussion on the fiscal year 2017, 2017 budget. And this will be presented by Strachan, our
I worked with Dustin on this. I basically I sent out an email earlier today reminding council members of the resolutions that were passed or the motions that were passed at the meeting on Thursday. Dustin's going to give you just a brief update of how the numbers have changed based on those recommendations and anything else that's come up. And then tonight you have an ordinance before you to adopt a tentative budget and setting the public hearing for truth in taxation. I know that the question of whether to go forward with the property tax increase is still been discussed. So if you choose not to, there is a alternate ordinance that does not have a mention of the truth in taxation requirement.
Dustin? I have a question on that then. If there's an alternate motion, we don't have a budget that reflects that.
I would have to produce an exhibit, I think that corresponds to the council's desires. So I have until whenever we have that item come up during this council.
Okay, that's what I was
And the exhibit would be that large, high level. I wouldn't have a completed budget book showing that, but I would at least have the total numbers that the council would need to adopt, corresponding to the council's wishes.
So if we adjusted the budget adequate to cover the property tax non-increase.
Yeah, so the property tax amount right now is $77,190.
So if we
So
approve-
if there was a change, it would be on that order of magnitude.
So if we approved a reduction of more than that, it just drops to fund balance.
Yeah, we have to submit a balanced budget. So, yeah, so we have to, however it is reached, we have to provide you a balanced budget.
But the difference was just drop to fund balance.
So are you saying if we didn't do the property tax increase?
And we did property tax increase more and found more.
Yeah, so we would.
And we reduced the amount of expenditure by more than the anticipated increase in property tax, and it dropped to fund balance.
You can have the surplus, you just can't have the.
It's the same price it drops to fund balance.
Yeah, you can have surplus.
So for the council's consideration, this is a holistic analysis of property taxes. Actually, this includes the 2015 property tax numbers for these other entities. So those are what are currently published on the county's website. And these rates here use, in this case, the new 2017 certified tax rate for Provo City. And then this is what the certified tax rate would be pending a truth and taxation hearing. So in both instances, all these numbers are the same except for this general fund portion here. So this 1.75% is the effect of increasing the property tax, that the amount necessary to generate an additional $1.80 annually for a $205,000 house. And that's reflected here. And you can see that this breakdown percentage-wise is with the increase, that about 70% is the school district, about 10% is the county, about 20% is the city. So we're only talking about, of this 20%, only about, 2/5 of the total is what would be the increase. So I kind of wanted to give you a perspective of, this is what an average annual bill would be, and for a house assessed at a $205,000 value, which is close to the median value for a home in Provo. Is there questions?
So just to clarify that, so if we increase the property tax 1.75%, then the effect on an average resident, would that be?
So this percentage change here is 0.14%.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, so the $1.80 difference from here is 0.14%. Now, I don't know, I can't speak for what these other entities are doing, but at least as far as.
8% times the 1.75%.
Yeah. Basically.
We do know that there are other tax increases being proposed by some of those other entities, but ours is tiny, minuscule compared to what, say, the school district is asking for.
Right.
And one of the challenges that we face when we go take this to the public is that they could come back and say, yeah, but you're increasing, you're getting your transfers in.
Mm.
How long had it been since we actually raised our utility rates significantly like we're doing now? That's because, to me, what we were doing with some of these things is making up for possibly 20 years of I
think maybe Jimmy can answer better, but I think there have been significant needs in public works for decades. And I don't know, honestly, myself, how that has reflected in the rate change history. But I think it's safe to say that for a significant amount of time, we have underinvested in our utilities, and we are making up that ground now.
And I understand the underinvestment, but that is also, as we increase those rates, we're also adding to the general fund.
That's true.
And so what I was wondering about, how long has it really been since we've had significant increase through
the general fund?
To the general fund through the increase of utility rates.
It's 23 years for energy.
I think,
23 years, see, 23 years, okay.
yeah, and I think you could argue that our history of underinvesting our utilities is likely a similar underinvestment in our other functions as a city. And that we're intentionally trying to be cost effective, and that may be reflected in the low number of police or firefighters that we have compared to 10 or 20 years ago.
And it just really is, every time we look at these things, it's never, I have never heard one word about the city needs more money for the general fund. They need more money for the infrastructure. That's always the discussion, and I hope that we can somehow relay that to the residents. We don't raise our rates so that we can get money for the general fund.
No, I think the secondary effect is that the general fund's needs are met, but I think those needs are just as significant perhaps as the utilities needs. But that's an unintended, I think,
it is an
benefit.
It is. And so in reality, I see us actually increasing the money to the general fund more than this rate because of the increase of the others. But yeah, I think that we've been making up for so long on what we didn't do even in the general fund.
So do we have, George, do you have any numbers on how much
General
money?
fund has gone up last 2 years 7%. It's not that it hasn't gone up.
Well, no, in this year, I mean, the last 2 years, and I know what's happened over the last 2 years, and there's reasons for that. But I was just wondering about years past. Well, the reasons it's gone up in general fund is because it's gone to go into our infrastructure. We've had to raise it due to our infrastructure.
Most of the infrastructure is not in general fund.
No, but we have created we have done we've received the money so that we could do better in our infrastructure. And the general fund has benefited from that. What I'm saying is that over the years, we have not benefited the general fund to the point that we have even carried inflation.
Yeah, Gary, where the general fund has increased, inflation the last 2 years has been 7%.
But George, what about the last 23 years before that?
General fund has gone up annually by probably 2 or 3 or 4 or 5%. I haven't.
And that's what I was interested in.
And I don't know that off the top of my head.
It's gone up substantially.
For the transfer?
So the general fund,
The total,
total amount of the general fund.
You talking about the fund balance in the general
I think he's
fund?
talking about the total operations in the general
Oh, the
fund.
total expenses in the general fund? They have been going up.
And where does that come from?
Well, one of the key factors is personnel related costs, just because through employees going through their pay ranges, through the cost of insurance. We didn't have it this year, but in other years we had significant increases in the retirement costs.
Where have we gotten the revenues to support those?
So growth in property taxes is part of it. It's
Sales tax, but one of the big
Sales
ones has
taxes.
been transfers as well.
The transfers have substantially increased. So
Well, over the last 3 years they have.
over the last 3 years, no question.
Yes.
And I'm saying that over the last 3 years, we are barely making up for the last 23 years of inflation.
But you mentioned growth in property taxes.
So the new growth in that is assessed in the city would be additional property tax revenue to the city above what we were generating. So how property tax works is as say this $205,000 house is increased to $220,000 house next year. Ideally, the average house would pay the same amount of property tax, assuming no rate increases. Now, there is some variance, and some houses are assessed higher and some houses are assessed the same. If this house were assessed the same value, they would pay less in property tax. But if there's a new house built, that new house is now paying the same amount that a comparable house that currently exists in Provo would be paying. So that's new money to the general fund.
What I'm trying to do is get in my mind a way to explain to a resident that this increase that we're doing is 1.75%. But then they'll come back to me and say, well, yeah, look what you did. You're getting also a tax increase to the general fund because you're raising the utility rates. And so you're getting a lot more than 1.75. And I need a justification for those things.
1.75 is of the percent of our budget that is property tax.
Right.
So it's $77,000. So if you simply relied on this property tax adjustment for inflation to keep the city in pace with the growing needs, you'd have an additional $77,000 per year. So so all revenue sources hopefully are moving up. And this, in essence, is just saying, well, let's keep this one at least at pace with inflation. So
it's one revenue source, at least with the.
Yeah. So the other revenue sources, we hopefully are increasing as well. Sales tax, our goal is that that's increasing as well. And fees and the work that council's done on fees, that's
Okay.
they're all
the revenue sources are increasing.
All keeping pace, not necessarily increasing wildly, but keeping pace with increased need for expenditures with a growing city.
And we had, another way to put it too is that what's happened over time is the property tax has become a smaller and smaller component of a funding source for the general fund.
Right.
So what's happened is we became more dependent upon transfers, more dependent upon other revenues, fee increases and whatnot from the general fund, because the property tax is becoming a smaller and smaller piece of the pie. And one of the nice things about property tax is it is stable. And when you have a recession or you run into some difficult times, you have a funding source that's not as variable and not as subject to fluctuations. And so it's nice to have that as one of the balancing figures that kind of help diversify and also help prepare you better for difficult times. But for us, it just keeps getting smaller and smaller because we haven't adjusted rates other than one time.
What was the percentage, what was the percentage 5 years ago and 10 years ago, do you know, as far as that piece of the property tax? The property tax?
I'd love to do some analysis and provide it to you. I know that it's changing and it's changed significantly over the last 10 to 15 years, but I couldn't give you a number right now, but we got $4 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just kind of, we've gone up some, but not very much. But our general fund revenues have grown substantially, and so.
I think it's also important to point out that the transfers from the utility funds have stayed a relatively consistent amount, between 12 and 15% of the general fund's revenue over the last 15 years.
So, what's not showing is, I don't know, when, during the weekend or within the last week, school district announced a $100 increase on, I suppose, this average home.
Yeah, probably this 67%.
Correct. So instead of $853, it'll go to $953. And I know in the last couple of years, I have been shocked at how fast my property tax has increased. Whether you could say it's the value of my home, but where does it go? It goes mostly to the school district. And it's been hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So the overall impact to the average citizen when they see that between the city and the school district, they are being taxed every way possible and that everything's going up. I was very unhappy or disconcerted to see that the school district, kind of out of the blue, decided they needed another $100. And I'm concerned about the impact that it's going to have in addition to what we're already doing with.
Yeah, I think the city could probably do a better job differentiating ourselves from the school district. I know employees of the school district just get so confused. And I think that I think is an important message to get across, that we have separate needs from them.
Does anybody know if they have made that decision or are they just talking about it?
That's Peter's question. Property taxes were 10.23%, and 5 years ago now to 10.8%, so it's gone up. Property taxes is a larger percentage of the total revenue, not now.
Is that for the city total or not just for the general fund?
That's the general fund. Total revenue from the general fund was 10.23% 5 years ago in 2013, and this year it's going to be 10.8%.
You have the dollar amount, what budget revenue, what revenue?
43,140,224 against 42,161. 5,129,684 against 47,684. That's just revenue, not including transfers. That's franchise fees, sales tax, fees, property tax, route tax. So if you took the route tax out, it would actually be a higher percentage because the route tax wasn't in there before.
You're talking just property tax though, not including the other taxes?
Just property tax, yeah.
Okay, well, that's surprising me. I have to look at it. That's surprising.
Was a revenue change with how we're recognizing chargebacks to the general fund this year?
I've always considered this argument that somehow we're gonna have to increase property taxes 50% one year. The revenue base stays flat, so you have the same revenue one year to the next year revenue, you have an increase. So if you had to increase the property tax, it'd be a slight increase. If you had some extra expenditure, you had to, but it won't be ever 50%, it would be a 2 or 3%. I mean, because your revenue base stays flat. I heard that.
What happened to Orem when they were asking for a 50% property tax increase? I know it was denied, but.
Probably to pay for, what's the?
Utopia.
Utopia?
But if your revenue dollar amount stays the same year after year, and your buying power goes down due to inflation, if your revenue stays the same, buying power goes down, and so.
Revenue went from 42 million to 47 million. From sources other than transfers, so it's been ever increasing. At a steady rate.
Over how long?
5 years.
Does that include the recession? Because that, when we were
Part of the recession.
just after the recession, so I was wondering that increase, anyway, that's.
Transfers from the utilities have gone up from 9.2 million to 11.9 million.
Over the last 5 years. And a lot of those had to do with, we did have to do the UTF.
Energy went up 3 years ago. Energy went from 6.4 to 7.9. That's what's been an important part. But again, it's fallacious to say that somehow we're going to have to increase property tax all of a sudden to a great level, which isn't really true.
Well, if we cut back the transfer amount, the percentage.
Absolutely. Lots of things come back to transfer. We have a huge recession, sales tax goes way down. We might have to increase property tax more than just 50%.
To answer that question about the Provo School District, according to the Daily Herald, I couldn't find anything on the Provo School District site, but it said that the last time they made a property tax increase was 2009, and that they are proposing the tax levy, and they're having their public hearings on August 9th and have to set them by August 22nd. So they are proceeding down that path.
So their tax increase does not include, again, that doesn't include the debt that they added on last year. That's what they're saying is their operating costs is what's going on. But they had a huge tax increase because of the bond that they did last year.
That's what I was pointing out. Now it's $100. And then we had our policy lunch and Marcia Judkins came, and that was a discussion. People were not happy, and she admitted that they're going to do it, they can do it, they will do it.
Just a related comment on that. I talked to Julie today, the school board president, and was just asking her about that. And she said basically this is an inflation adjustment because they haven't been doing it since 2009. And so we've got to do a big one now to compensate for that. So I just mentioned briefly what we were considering, or the intent statement that we passed to do an inflation adjustment every year, and she thought that was a great idea. So just
And our last one since 2009 was 20 years before that.
That's their older
They're doing
revenue.
roughly, is that?
And that's right. I understand.
Yeah. 12%, because if it's $100, then that's about 12% of basically.
12% every 6 years.
That was their primary source.
But that's their, yeah, primary source of revenue, so. Okay, are there other questions for?
So I do have some specifics as far as the budget changes.
We asked them to report on what they were gonna do with that 32,000 portion after taking out the 2550 DPI.
This one, I think. So what this is, we shared with you this general fund portion previously. This has the new changes, and George, I'd like to point out actually that the transfer to the Covey Center is going down by $10,000. That was part of the puzzle in solving it was about $25,000 that we had to fill. So there was the downtown Provo Inc. reduction, and between that and the property tax reduction, I revisited the Covey Center's numbers. So they had a consolidated fee schedule increase, and we did reflect those revenues in their operations. But what we didn't reflect was the fact that they are booking additional days this next year that they already have confirmed over the current fiscal year. So we felt it was a conservative estimate because of the additional reservations that are already confirmed to increase their revenue by $10,000 and correspondingly decrease the transfer to the Covey Center. The other part of that equation actually also comes from the Parks and Recs department. There were some consolidated fee schedule changes in the Parks and Rec department that were not incorporated in our budget model. I think we can do a better job communicating with them, but particularly there was a ball field fee added to the consolidated fee schedule where now those fields will be charged to be practiced on. And again, meeting with Scott Henderson, the Parks and Rec director, we felt it was a conservative estimate to increase the Parks and Rec revenues associated with that, this consolidated fee schedule adjustment. So $10,000 of that is attributed to that ball field change. The other portion is related to sponsorships that the Parks and Rec department receives, and that made up that final piece, this $4,000 to fill in the gap so that the budget is now balanced. There were some other minor adjustments, correcting the safety officer. I mistakenly added too much insurance for that employee, but it didn't affect the total because it was netted out anyway. So some of the other finer differences. So if you go over to the other schedule, the larger schedule, you can see what the total changes are on this far end over here. That this net is actually smaller than it was before because of the decreased property tax and these other changes. Again, I've gone through them. This is a UMPA change, some personnel corrections. This is the safety officer. Water is actually, that's the safety officer going out. The B and C is to reflect the change in the tax allocation. So that also affected the revenues. We decreased our revenues by about $300,000. And so we correspondingly had to decrease our expenditures associated with that. I think this ERP, we already touched on that, transferring it to the general fund. So there are specific questions about the methods we used. So closing that gap came from revisiting the consolidated fee schedule and the Covey Center revenues. And consolidated fee schedule.
I would also propose that we transfer $134,252 from the golf fund balance as per city policy, and then they can come back to us if they need CIP money, because that's also for city policy. They want to do CIP. That was my question about where would that, it would just drop to fund balance, right?
It depends on, I mean, we could do that today. It's within the current budget resolution to transfer the golf courses fund balance to the general fund. We could also do it as part of this budgeting process to close any fiscal gaps we felt were necessary. I think if Scott were here, he would argue that having that in the golf fund balance effectively isn't different than having it in the general funds fund balance, because it does require the council to appropriate it regardless of where it is.
Good.
Right. And I think that that's an appropriate control. And he would argue that having it there is a better motivation to the golf department to run effectively to build that fund balance so that when they do come to you, they can say exactly how much of that fund balance was contributed by their efforts.
But it's against city policy to do that, right?
Correct. And I'm just speaking, I think, in behalf of Scott, or so he would be much more impassioned, I think. On
that. So I don't do that here.
I would support that as long as we're not using that as justification not to increase property taxes by the inflation.
Right.
As long as we're just fixing that.
We're just sending it to the general fund if you do that.
I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm sensitive to, this motivation of, hey, they're working really hard to be more efficient, and we don't want to take away that motivation. The city policy is city policy. If we need to fix the city policy, that's a different question. But as long as that's the city policy, I think we should abide by it.
And I would define that, I don't know if it's necessarily city policy, but it's been in our budget ordinance.
Right.
And if we follow the budget ordinance, that's what it states.
Kind of like city policy is in the ordinance.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, it's something that's not.
I think the budget ordinance actually says that we have the ability to do that, and we're not required to.
Yeah, it says we have the ability to do that.
I would like to make that as a motion. Appropriate.
Could I recommend that we hold off and just study it a little bit more?
Well, it's just giving them a chance to turn in the budget resolution tonight. Does it make a difference to you?
I think honestly, we could do it today under the current budget ordinance, and it wouldn't require any council action. So I think it could be a separate issue entirely.
That's good. And I don't know if this is.
You could do it at any time. I
Since you said
think.
it is an alternative.
I don't know if this is what Councilman Hunter was referring to, but based upon your decision about property tax, we may not have an option about at least moving some of it. And so I don't know if you're saying you want to wait till that decision is made. But that would seem wise to me to make that decision. And it is possible that you could move some of it over and keep some of it there, which helps with the motivation thing. And I think what Dustin was saying, if I understood him correctly, is it still takes council action to move it out of that CIP fund for still have control over that before Scott spends it.
I think it's just an easier way of tracking how much was contributed by golf, rather than losing it in the general fund balance, from Scott's perspective.
I don't think we'll forget this.
Scott does.
Yes.
So they contributed all of that. They contributed 100,000 to.
Yeah, their revenues exceeded budget, and their operating expenses were a little lower, and so over time it's built up.
So it's confusing because they're subsidized. I mean, that's.
It is absolutely general fund money, but it exists because they didn't either spend money or they generated extra revenues.
We could just eliminate the transfer, but it seems like this is a better way to do it. The general fund balance was still there if they need for CIP, need for transfer there. The reason we're doing it is because of the transfer. If we weren't transferring from the general fund, we would not be against the city policy.
And again, as long as we're not tying this, as long as we're not trying to use this to justify not increasing property taxes to inflation, I think I'm supportive of this. I still would, I didn't follow everything the mayor said, but I would still say, rather than propose something and then make the decision before people have a chance to react to it, I say, let's.
We can wait till tonight because there's going to be a resolution to not do the property tax increase. We can propose that also tonight.
Okay. All right.
Could you resolve that in this meeting?
It would be helpful as far as preparing an exhibit that has a balanced budget, because outside of the ordinance, Brian, you can correct me if we're wrong, but as far as I'm aware, we need to provide you a budget, an exhibit in the documents that has a balanced budget. So even though the ordinance might reduce the property tax, we still need to provide how the numbers work for you to adopt it. Is that correct, Brian?
Yeah, well, yeah, as we talked about yesterday and this morning, you need, the ordinance includes as an exhibit the budget numbers, and those numbers need to reflect what the budget will actually be in order to be attached to the ordinance.
So I just need at least a few minutes to put something together.
Let's say you didn't do the property tax increase. you can balance the budget from fund balance.
I think we can't as far as, state statute. John, I don't know if you have.
No, you could decrease your transfer to the golf course if you wanted to, because, and the golf course would use fund balance, but the general fund, it's required to be balanced.
So if we don't have enough otherwise, with what you showed, we would need something in the golf course.
That would be one option.
Among cutting other expenses or.
I propose we adopt. Great, Brian, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Sure, so just to clarify that, because in the run-up to this whole discussion, when Ryan and I were working on this meeting, we went ahead and prepared 2 alternative ordinances because at that point it was still up in the air. It still is, as to whether the tax rate increase was going to be approved or not. So I have, and we didn't include it, however, in the public materials because the motion on Thursday was to go forward with the tax rate. So the only one we uploaded to the public materials was the one that includes the tax rate increase. But I do have an alternative version of the ordinance that actually adopts a final budget tonight and does nothing with regard to tax rates.
Can I make a motion to adopt that?
So, well,
In place of the other?
not necessarily to adopt it. I think the motion would be for staff to bring forward that ordinance as the primary budget ordinance in tonight's meeting.
That's my motion.
So in essence, the motion is to replace the ordinance that's in the public materials with this one that adopts a final budget with no property and tax increase, and have that be the ordinance that you are studying, that you are considering by default tonight in the meeting. It doesn't mean you can't again change your mind in that meeting, but it answers the question for staff right now based on the outcome of the vote as to whether they need to have that exhibit prepared.
This is very frustrating to me because I want to know, if I remember, one of the concerns that we had was the cost of doing a truth in taxation. And are we actually shooting ourselves in the foot as far as dollars and cents goes to have a truth in taxation for this amount of money? I support the idea of increasing.
The ongoing increased revenue would more than make up for that.
Okay, the ongoing,
Yeah,
because it is ongoing. Thank you. That's right. I've got to remember that. That's so important.
Hold on. You do bring up an interesting point. So how much is it going to cost?
70, so cost for the truth in taxation? I don't know.
You're really talking about that has to go in the paper or whatnot, but.
I mean, it's soft costs. I think it's staff time. It's, there's very few hard costs.
Several $1,000.
What you bring up is if every year we increase it a little bit, then every year we have a truth in taxation.
But it does, yeah. But this year's, for the next 9 years after that, what we do this year will be added on. And then we'll lose maybe the first year, but it will continue on over the next 9 or 10 or whatever.
And then next year we'll go through the same thing with this year.
Yeah, so we kind of lose 1 year of the amount, but it is the continuing revenue
I
that
think
makes
it's
it.
unlikely that we would spend $77,000 doing the truth in taxation hearing for this year. So I think we would spend something. It would probably be in the order of, I'd say maybe $5,000 plus soft costs.
The alternative is to do what the school district's doing, which is wait 6 years and then do a 12% increase, and everyone has heart attack.
So we have a motion on the table. You're looking for a second? I second the motion.
So can you restate the motion?
Do you have it, Jeannie? Or do you want me to? Why don't you do it? Otherwise, you'll just end up typing what I said the second time over what I said first.
The motion would be for staff to bring forward the ordinance, without the property taxes, the primary ordinance in tonight's. And that would be, would replace the current ordinance in public documents. And they would prepare a budget that shows a balanced budget without the property tax.
Mr. Stewart. Second by Mr. Knapp. Any more discussion?
I
I think we talked about principles, we talked about financial fiscal responsibility, we talk about good policies that make us sustainable. And we talk about doing smaller steps so it's not as painful to our residents. And I think we saw this 5 years ago where they said, we're going to do this based on principle. And then the council decided to turn the minds because it was, I don't know. So to me, this is something that we need to do, not because we need $77,000 and we can't cut it from somewhere else, but it's to keep us on a fiscally sustainable, responsible route. So I'll be voting against the motion.
And I also think it's also an opportunity for accountability to the residents when we have this
While I sympathize and tend to agree with what was just said, when it comes to the burden that we are asking as a community, as a city, and that's not just us, but the school district combined, what makes the difference for me is their decision to play catch up this year. And if we have to, I would really like to continue back on the course next year, but I am not comfortable adjusting our tax, property tax this year when I don't think we really need the money. And yes, we in principle should do it, but as a matter of timing with the school district, I'm not comfortable doing it at the same time that they're raising theirs.
I'm a little frustrated when the school board did that. They did, we kind of bowed down to them last year. And I said, okay, we'll just do a teeny bit. But, and then for them to come back and do it again this year, after what they did last year, I'm a little concerned with that.
We're talking the difference between $100 and $101. They're proposing $100, we're proposing $1.80. And I would argue that there's never a comfortable time to raise taxes. I think if we do it small increments every year, it's going to be better than holding off until it's a more convenient time, and then it just never is convenient, and then we have to have large increases like we're doing with our utility rates. I think it's much better to do it incrementally, small every year, even though it's uncomfortable because of what others are doing.
Can you draw on the board for a minute?
I don't know if they're gonna be, not go as far as present, but, I don't think we're gonna get to your time. Sorry, we have a closed meeting, and this is tonight, so we don't want to go next go around.
Let's see, community.
Yep.
Okay. This represents the amount of money that is coming in to our utility fees. Represents the 77,000 for property tax?
Yes.
The 75%. Out of the money that's coming in to our utility rates, we have 1% that comes over here to the UTF, right, for roads. We have 10% that goes into the general fund, right? And then 89% that essentially goes to, say, public works, right, for their projects. Okay, I want to propose an option here. I agree with what Dave and Gary have said. I think this is really important structurally, long-term. And the school board situation has been mentioned as a reason not to do it, but I think it's a case study in why we should do it. Because we're gonna find ourselves in the same situation. Now, the difference being we have more revenue sources, so we're admittedly not as dependent on property tax, but I think it's still important to keep that as a strong component of our revenue mix. So I'm uncomfortable personally letting that just over the years decline in importance.
It's increased the last 5 years.
Pardon?
It's increased the last 5 years.
Can you double check that?
I'm going to,
Because the figure I got was that it's only like 8% right now. Okay, so, if the main reason for not doing this, and I think there's a lot of good reasons to do it, if the main reason is that we don't want to add this 77,000 in additional burden on our residents at a time when we're raising utility rates so substantially, I think there's an easy solution to that that will allow us to do this and not burden our residents and by that additional amount. And that is simply to take this and essentially transfer it over here, reduce the fees just enough, there's just a little bit of math involved here, so that instead of collecting X for our utility rates, we're collecting X minus 77K. So it would be a way of, if the goal is to cushion the total impact by this amount, we can do it this way and still do the property tax. And essentially the way that would work is of this 77K that comes over here, you could just divvy it up the same way. The 1% of that goes here, 10% goes back over here, 89% goes back to Public Works. So other than maybe some estimation error, it's revenue neutral. The same amount of money goes to the same places as if we didn't do the property tax. Does that make sense? Any questions on what I'm proposing?
I like that. I just struggle with playing with the percentage rates all the time.
Wouldn't affect that.
Why not? Because basically we are doing it.
Well,
We're taking less out.
okay, so we've reduced the total amount coming in, but we're transferring this 77 over from the property tax, but as long as we are apportioning that the same way, the 1%, the 10%, the 89%, all the same players get the same amount of money. Dave?
Would we pull it out of water, wastewater, sanitation, stormwater, but not in, well, could be energy as well.
Energy.
Would we pull it out of one of those, all 5 of them?
I hadn't thought it through to that level of detail, but I was thinking of just the 4 because it was those 4 that were being increased so much. And that seems to be where the pain is. I mean, energy is just what, 2 or 3%, and so there's not really any need to do it there. So I was thinking sub-combination. I'm sure Jimmy could work this out, probably a simple math problem of, you know, how to adjust those 4 rates to reduce the estimated revenue by that amount. Now, it wouldn't be exact. We might be off, you know, with that few $1,000s here, but you could come very close. So we could still establish this pattern. I think if we don't do this year, I take the merit as word. I don't think it's going to come back and ask us again. And even though we got this nice sounding intent statement that we're going to do it, I don't think it's going to happen if we don't do it this year.
I like your thinking. My biggest question on this is this ongoing or is this just a single year? Because if next year, if we don't do it again, if we don't do that transfer, then the rates would have to increase a larger percent.
Yeah, a little bit more to catch up to where
what they didn't come up this year. Because we're looking at 5 years worth of rate increases.
My proposal is to just 1 year.
and address that question.
But if say this year it's 12% for water and then next year it's supposed to be another 11% or something, it might drop it from 12% now down to 10%, but then next year's would have to, unless we do it again, if it's just a one-time thing,
Right.
It'll go from 11 up to 14 or something.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, yeah. My guess is, and Jimmy could probably help us there, but with the amount that we're talking about here, instead of 12%, I'm guessing, maybe we're talking 11.5% or whatever, I don't know what the.
It's probably pretty small percentage-wise.
Yeah, pretty small percentage-wise, and then next year, instead of 12, maybe it's 12.5 or whatever, yeah.
So you were saying that the utilities would keep the same amount of revenue?
Yeah.
Just the transfer would be smaller? So it'd be less than an 11% transfer?
That's what I'm.
No, I'm,
back.
so on this section here, you don't.
11% in that. Right? So you're transferring 11% to the general fund and then less than 1% back to the. For a one-time thing.
Yeah, so of this 77 that comes over here, I'm just gonna divide it up, or we've just divided up the same way as if it had come in as utility rate fund. So the 1% goes to the UTF, the 10% goes back to the general fund. So I guess 10% of it is coming over here and then right back to the general fund. But the 89% the public works would have gotten, they still get the same amount. Does that make sense?
Did you have a
I do.
procedure or time, or or is it?
No, my staff is actually sending me some messages about some creative ways you can do this. You have a motion on the table to go with it, to take away the tax option, or not to, really, where you're at. If you adopt that motion, then this discussion is moot. If you turn down that discussion, then you bought yourself about 6 more weeks to figure this out.
That was what I was going to say. If we vote to do this, we have to go forward with the property tax increase. We have to do the truth in taxation, and we can work out the details on this or any other proposal during those.
Brian, how does that affect the consolidated fee schedule though?
So one last comment, I don't want to take too much time on this, but.
So we have to decrease the fees in the consolidated fee schedule to correspond with the increase, so.
But that doesn't have to be done before.
The consolidated fee schedule. I
think
thought
we
you
gotta
were.
adopt
Because what you'd end up doing, you'd have to make a guess and either not increase the consolidated fee schedule tonight, banking that this is gonna happen, or you increase it tonight and you charge the increased fees for 6 weeks and then you lower the fees.
I'm questioning too, if we split it across all the utilities, there might not be enough granularity to only generate $2 annually.
You might have to do
all
it.
5 utilities.
You might have to do it in one.
You did it just one,
David, this one,
it'd be like a few cents off of a flat fee.
One last comment, and that is, I think we're looking at a split vote on this here. Pretty much right down the middle, as close as you can get. And I think this is a good compromise. My hope was that we could get a lot higher support on this because the effect on the residents is going to be about the same. So the cushioning effect on them will be the same as if you do this or as if you add to this. But we get the additional benefit that some of us think is really important of establishing this good long-term policy of adjusting for inflation.
I don't think the average citizen is going to see it like that because of what the school board's doing, because they combine this in one lump, and they're going to think that we just did a huge property tax increase and a huge utility increase, and I don't know that the public is going to feel that it was just this thing that the city did, because they don't see us as separate entities. We even have employees that don't see us, school employees that don't see us as separate entities. They don't even understand the separation, and so that is a factor for me. I can say it's a factor for me with the school board.
I agree with you. Political considerations are not a part of this. I'm just proposing this because I think it's in the best interest for the
And it's
city.
not political for me, it's our residents feeling the burden already and me having to just to explain to them what's happening with their utilities and what's happening with their property tax. It's a very small amount. They're not gonna see it like that. And the people that you can't talk to. it's gonna be a very big question. I don't know, I just think this year is rough one to do that when the school board's doing what they're doing.
So if there's going to be any kind of news reporting on this, I'd just soon see that we did not raise property taxes, that we chose deliberately to postpone our adjustment because of the burden that is being placed on the taxpayer this year.
So, right, so I say that, and I also, and also before even that discussion with the school board, there's, for 20 years, we didn't raise property tax, and then we did a 3% increase. And that was what we needed last year, and so I'm not sure, I mean, I was almost convinced about the incremental thing, but I'm not sure that there would be a huge increase. And I'm not saying I'm against the incremental, I'm not saying that, but given the circumstances right now, and given what's happened historically, where about 20 years without a property tax increase, and we didn't increase it 50%, we didn't increase it 75%, there are other revenues that we're using, and I think next year there are ways that we can incorporate a property tax increase by reducing some of the extra money from utilities that we're getting and not transferring it out, just keeping it in utilities, and that'll force some of those questions. It'll force some other opportunities, not necessarily property tax, but other ways of being efficient with the government budget as well. So I just think, I don't know, I'm not so on this for this year.
Are we ready for a vote?
For 20 years, the council was able to go to, when the news stories came and said, oh, what did you do? 20 years we were able to say, well, we didn't do anything. And we look back at it now, and we say, for 20 years, they kicked the can down the road. And I'm sure there was a reason every year for not raising it. It's never convenient to raise taxes. And so I think what we're saying is, well, we're just gonna kick it down.
I haven't kicked the can down the road. I've taken last year, the year before that, I have not kicked the can down the road ever, and I don't feel like I'd be doing that this year, but.
And when we look at what our call center, our dispatch is doing, when we look at the number of policemen that we have, the number of fire, the fire coverage, that our west side is without fire coverage during certain hours of the day.
And those can still be funded. Those can still be funded. It's not that they're not going to be funded because of this property tax. General fund, there are ways to fund what needs to happen.
To me, it's just, and I agree with that. To me, it's principle.
It's been put that that's why we're going to property tax. But they can still be funded. That's the need. We can still fund that.
I'm seeing this as systematic. For 25 years, we've reduced our income through property taxes.
We have buying purchasing.
We have. If any growth is, or any increase is due to growth because of the way that the state does it. If we don't increase those things.
But it has increased.
Our revenue, if you go back like 13 years ago, we had 3.7 million in property tax revenue. We now have 4.5. But that's the growth.
Right, no, so that's grown.
The percentage changed from 11% to 9%.
But the needs of the services have also grown.
They have.
As a percentage of our budget, it has not grown. I mean, it has.
You just said it's gone down.
We should have gone down. We'll have to compare numbers to
Over
it.
13 years?
Yeah, it went from 11% down to 9% over 13 years.
Over 13 years.
Yeah.
Mine was over 5 years.
So I've got over the last 5, I've got it going from 5 to 10, from 10 down to 9. So I still show it going down. So I have to compare our numbers.
Well, is the mayor still planning on doing the closed session?
Yes.
Can you do it 5 minutes? Okay, well, let's have a vote then. Those in favor of the motion? The motion is to read it again. I don't know. I think we all know what it is.
I think just basically to prepare a budget
Prepare an ordinance.
without, well, the ordinance is
Resolution.
prepare a budget without the property tax increase as an attachment to the ordinance. And that,
Default ordinance,
Yeah.
under discussion with the exhibits, is going to be without the property tax,
and that's the motion.
unless somebody makes a motion contrary during that meeting.
All right. So the motion, then you have recorded motion in a second.
Yes, the motion was George and the next.
Those in favor? Those opposed? Those in favor, Mr. Connect, Mr. Van Buren, Mr. Stewart, Ms. Santiago, those opposed, Mr. Sewell, Mr. Hardy, Mr. Washington. So, look for motion to adjourn,
We're doing the closed session.
or I'm sorry, to move into closed session.
So my understanding is that, I actually don't know, is this a sale or a purchase?
Sale.
Sale. Okay, so there's a potential sale of property that needs to be discussed and, so it'd be appropriate for a motion.
Okay, is there a motion along those lines? Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Connect. Do we need a motion for that? Or do you want-
Yeah.
All in favor? Motion is unanimous. Thank you.